Time is 7 o'clock. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll call the Community Development Agency meeting to order of January 14th, and we'll begin with roll call.
McLean?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband?
Yes.
8 members present, Mayor.
I also want to just remind everyone the Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. We'll begin with item number 3. Public hearing and resolution 2020-001, approved redevelopment plan for Fremont Mall rehabilitation, including a request for designation as an enhanced employment area and imposition of 1% occupation tax on sales. The request has been to continue this indefinitely at applicant request. I would take a motion to continue. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to continue indefinitely.
Councilman Legband,
And I will second that.
cast your votes.
McLean?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Chairman.
And we do have some technical issues in regards to the video. We've been working on the cameras to try and, for the folks that are watching this on live streaming, we were trying to pan to each screen to see the vote. And in that process, we didn't get that accomplished, nor can we now pick up the votes. So there's something that got crossed today. So with that, everything will be a voice vote today. Item number 4, I would take a motion to adjourn the Community Development Agency meeting. Councilmember Jacobus,
I'd make a motion to adjourn the CDA.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
McLean?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel? Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Chairman.
The Community Development Agency meeting is adjourned. We'll call the meeting to order. The time is 7:03. The regular council meeting of January 14th, 2020. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. At this time, we'll begin with roll call.
McLean?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband?
Yes.
8 council members present, Mayor.
Item 3, mayor's comments. Have none this evening. We'll move on to item number 4. I would take a motion to adopt current agenda for January 14th, 2020 regular meeting. Councilman Yerger?
Before we entertain a motion to adopt the agenda, I'd like to ask that items 27 and 28 on tonight's agenda be consolidated and discussed together rather than as 2 separate sequential items, since they're on the same topic and discussion will likely not be separate anyway.
Councilmember Jacobus.
Are we looking for a motion for that?
I think we probably should.
I would make that motion.
Is there a second? Councilman Yerger,
Yes, make that motion. Second.
ready?
Yep.
Cast your votes.
Legband?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
McLean? Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
And then I would take a motion to adopt the current agenda as amended for January 14th, 2020 regular meeting. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to adopt the current agenda as amended.
Councilman Legman,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
McLean. Ellis. Coons. Bechtel. Yerger. Jensen.
Yes.
Jacobus. Legvan. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 5, ordinance 5517 to create a clean energy assessment district. The established definitions to provide for the financing, administration, and collections to promote energy efficiency improvements in renewable energy systems known as property assessed clean energy PACE district. This would be the second reading. At this time, we'll have staff report. Lottie?
Mayor, City Council, Lottie Mitchell, Grant Coordinator. We're here tonight to hold the required public hearing and to hold the second reading of the ordinance to establish the Property Assessed Clean Energy District, or the PACE District, for Fremont. PACE is an economic development tool giving developers an alternative financing mechanism for qualifying energy conservation measures. PACE allows for long-term, fixed-rate financing that is secured by an annual assessment on the property that is paid to the county treasurer. The financing is issued by a third party, typically a bank. There are no public funds at risk, and there is no city or taxpayer liability. The intent of this program is to incentivize the reduction of energy and water usage and generation in our community. Some examples of qualifying energy conservation measures that could be financed by PACE include a commercial boiler system, an HVAC system, LED lighting, insulation, and water heating systems. We're proposing that our PACE district be defined by the City of Fremont city limits and be limited to commercial and industrial projects. This does include multifamily residential property comprised of more than 4 dwelling units. Once the ordinance is adopted, the city's responsibilities would include publishing the program guide, application and fee schedule, accepting applications including the application fee, reviewing the applications and approving or denying, issuing letters of qualification, review, approve, and sign PACE assessment contracts, receive administration fee at closing, receive an annual fee for program administration and annual report, and be responsible for filing a lien if a payment is missed. There is no risk to the city or taxpayers as the city is not issuing the financing but simply agreeing to administer the program and file a lien on the property should a payment be missed. Costs associated with administering the program are covered by the applicant and are defined as a $1,000 application fee, an administrative fee of 1% of the loan not to exceed $40,000, and an annual fee of $500. Chris Peterson with PACE Sage Capital gave a presentation on the PACE program during a City Council study session on October 1st. His presentation has been included in your backup documents. He is also in attendance this evening to help answer any questions that you may have regarding the program. Questions were also received from Councilmember Yerger. His list of questions and our responses to those questions were also included in your backup documents.
Any questions for Lottie or for Mr. Peterson? Councilman Yerger.
Well, I'd like to start by saying I think the PACE program will be a good tool for the city, so my questions and the reasons for questions aren't directed in that vein. They're just directed at the procedural implementation of this for the city, so I just want to be clear on that. And I want to thank you for responding to the written questions that I provided as well. I have to say I have more questions as a result of some of the answers that I got, and I don't know whether or not we can spend some time going through a few of those tonight, or maybe we're better off if we have a round 2 to finalize some of that inquiry, and I'm open to whatever you think and how long we want to answer some questions here tonight. But one of the things that I noted in looking at tonight's material is that the contract language in this packet is substantially different than the contract language that was in the November 26th package that was listed as second reading. And I didn't hear any explanation in your presentation as to why that changed so significantly. And there was no red line version provided in that, so it took some time to actually look and see what's changing here and why is it changing. So if you could take a minute and give us some insight as to why that was changed so extensively in our review of tonight's material. That would be helpful to start with, and then I have some other questions as well, but if you could start with, that'd be great.
In working with our consultant, Chris, and with our legal counsel, a new version of the contract was presented. And when we did the comparison to show the red line, you're correct, they are very much different. And so to show a red line of the differences was a 30-page document. And so we just put the new revised contract in the packet for you. It's the second reading. We'll have an opportunity to look at it again during the third reading. And you're correct, I did not cover that in my staff report.
Would it be fair to say, in large measure, a lot of those changes were related to the fact that in the earlier version, it was stated that repayment was going to be on a, I think, biannual basis versus semi-annual, which changed the payment schedule substantially?
I'll let Chris speak to that effect.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Chris Peterson, and here tonight representing Pace Sage Capital. Councilman Yerger, in answer to your question, the original sample assessment contract that was shared with the council in November reflected an early version, or the earliest version, of an assessment contract document that was initially used by the city of Omaha in, I believe, 2017 when they adopted their ordinance and became the first city in Nebraska to establish a PACE program. The version of an assessment contract, again, a sample assessment contract that is included in your material for tonight's meeting, reflects negotiation, discussion amongst borrowers and lenders for projects in the city of Omaha, city of Lincoln, and as that negotiation has taken place, this document better reflects the actual mechanics of how a PACE loan would proceed. And so that's the difference, and we probably should have had this version in the material that you were presented in November, and so I apologize for that, but this is more akin to what you would see from an assessment contract at this point in time between a borrower and lender, and ultimately the city, who's also a party to the document.
That's fine, and I'm not questioning that this contract language probably better than what we had before. The biannual payments probably didn't make a lot of sense for us. I just was concerned that council this wasn't pointed out to us, so, if we weren't reading closely, we wouldn't have known that and be passing this along as though this was second reading material, and technically this is first reading as regards to the contract. As I mentioned a moment ago in my discussions with Lottie, I did appreciate the responses to the questions. I understand that was a collaborative effort on several people's part. And I guess I'm concerned whether or not we're ready to go to third reading unless there's full understanding of some of these. So I've tried to highlight some of the points that I'd still like to have some dialogue about tonight, and if it's too detailed, maybe we can do another round of Q&A and you can put my mind to rest before I have to vote on this. But there's a statement in the PACE provisions that says that qualifying property, and to me it's unclear as to still, after all this discussion we've had, as to if it's commercial property with multifamily, or if that definition includes residential multifamily. And I don't view those as being the same because residential with multifamily requires a conditional use permit by our city code, which I assume you're not going to find anybody else that has city code that looks like ours, where we have multifamily in all of our districts, and that they require conditional use permits. So one of the things that I'd really like to clear up tonight in that regard is when we look at our zoning tables for multifamily and we say commercial, suburban commercial, or those are either permitted or limited use according to our tables, but residentials do require conditional use. So when the document portrays, and when we say commercial property, are we just talking about commercial zoned property that will be used for residential or for multifamily, like downtown apartment living and those kinds of things, or are we talking about an encompassing all residential rural zoning districts all of which can have multifamily with a conditional use permit.
I'm going to try to answer your question, and if I fail, please ask a follow-up. Or in the statute, so in state law, commercial real estate for the purposes of residential, meaning multifamily apartments, is going to be more than 4 units, and so 5 plus, 5 or more. And for Fremont, from what I'm understanding from the material I've reviewed prior to the meeting and from your question, there are some specific conditional use permit requirements for multifamily dwellings, for apartment sorts of dwellings that would be at greater than 4, and I think from reading your material, perhaps there's zoning at 6 and 12, and I can't remember 24 different sorts of conditional use permits. And so none of those requirements put in place by the city are cast aside, dismissed. They all apply. And so a PACE consultant like myself or a PACE lender is going to ask the potential borrower, do you have your building permits? Have you complied with any city code? And if that's not being complied with, or there's no they don't expect to comply with it, the PACE lender is not going to lend on a project like that. And so the borrower has to comply with any and all codes, regulations, zoning that the city has in place. And so that's one obligation of the borrower. And if the borrower is complying with that for their project, and is separately, assuming they're all in compliance, they're going to be seeking their financing for that project, whether it's a bank loan, whether it's investors, whether it's a PACE loan. And so they really are separate and distinct. We're not going to be financing a project that isn't in compliance in every way, shape, and manner with the city of Fremont requirements, regulations, codes, zoning.
No, I didn't expect that was going to happen. My real question, and some of this I suppose I'm quibbling with regards to the wording that either appears in the ordinance itself, the manual, the contract, or the approval criteria, et cetera, so that in fact those that are serving on the review group and those that are applying will actually be able to know what they have to do and what steps they need to take. And my thinking is that in the definitional section here of this, we need to be clearer as to what qualifying property is when we say commercial with 4-lot multifamily. Because if one looks at our code, you might think that doesn't mean residential multifamily conditional use permit is required. And so I think some clarity could be obtained. Probably don't need it in other cities, but I think in Fremont we might need that so that we know, and those that are applying would know if they're not familiar with our code, and most people aren't because this is pretty complex here. Just a thought in that regard. That's a concern.
Yeah, but at the same time, Lottie would not take it to the committee if it didn't meet those conditions, so we wouldn't even begin to consider it until they had met the city's zoning codes first.
And so the committee won't be making those decisions. Lottie will be making the interpretation of Fremont Municipal Code?
Correct, until they get the either proper building permits or they get the proper conditional use zoning, yes. That's her job, to screen those and make sure that we're not going to take those forward unless they met. That's why it says a qualified property. They're not qualified until they meet our zoning code.
Okay, then I'd like to ask just point blank, is residential multifamily with regards to the table in section 11502 qualified property under our PACE agreement for SR, AR, and UR residential zoning multifamily? Are those areas of district zoning something that PACE applies to?
As long as
If
there's
a
5 or more.
If a project comes to us and it's 5 or more dwelling units, a multifamily dwelling units by definition of the PACE contract, my first move is to confirm with our planning department and our building department to make sure that this project has been presented to them. They have applied for building permits and they have met our zoning.
Okay, so you'll be getting assistance from the planning director. You won't be making the decisions.
It is, right, but I will be screening the application.
Okay. One of the answers that I got, I did ask about the debt reserve fund, and we said doesn't apply because we're not invoking that particular section. But one of the things that we do in the general template is we say all of these Nebraska statutes from 3201 or whatever through 3211 are applicable in our PACE agreement. So originally I asked this question about this debt reserve because it's one of those sections, and your response is, well, we don't need to do that because we're not dealing with that. So in follow-up, and a question I should have included at the time, in 3209, I think there's a different stipulation with regards to, let me find my question here, as to whether or not you would have to put a, shoot. Can't find it. Thirteen 3208 is the one that you answered, as I recall, and I was thinking there was a question on 3209
That's if we wanted to create.
with regards to a different concern that we might need to have as a part of our plan, spelled out in what we're documenting, and I didn't see it in here. Probably doesn't ring a bell with you. It's one of those that I can follow up on, I guess.
In 133209, there's a reference to a clean energy assessment district. It says may create a debt service reserve fund.
That's it.
To be
Debt
used
service
as-
reserve. Will we be obligated to do something like that with our plan in lieu of the one that I asked about that you said we don't need to do?
No. That would apply for a residential PACE program, and the design of the ordinance and the only PACE financing that has been taking place in Nebraska has been commercial PACE, which
Okay, so there's why I have this, the terminology is really bothering me because, okay, it doesn't apply because we're just doing commercial. But yet when we look at our zoning table, multifamily is in the residential zoning districts as conditional use permit. And if we're doing those, then we are doing residential multifamily. And that's why I think 3209 might come into play. It's not just commercial because those are commercial zoning districts and they can have multifamily too, but they're distinct.
Yeah, it would only come into play if the city of Fremont is going to allow and approve, and I'm sorry, a little bit is my familiarity because other cities, we've used this terminology without running into this issue. So I'm going to describe it as residential PACE, which would be a single family dwelling, a two-family dwelling, a 3 or 4, and that kind of lending today is only taking place in 3 states: California, Texas, and Missouri, and no one is proposing that occur in Nebraska. And the ordinance and the program that you are establishing with the ordinance and the documents in front of you does not allow for, does not set up the structure necessary to allow for that kind of PACE lending. It only sets up the structure to allow for, and again, I'm going to use the term commercial PACE lending.
Okay. And all of this dialogue still leads me to the hope that at some point, because Fremont has such unique zoning rules with regards to residential multifamily in 4 residential districts and multifamily capability in commercial districts, we need to be very succinct and clear as to what this project does or doesn't cover, so that we make sure that the state rules that are applicable to either of those, if they're different, are clear. And even through tonight's dialogue, it's not clear to me, and I'm not sure that it's clear to anyone else, whether or not suburban AR and UR residential multifamilies are being covered here. It sounds like they are, but they're being referred to as commercial, and they are not. They're residential zoning districts.
But again, Brian Newton, State Administrator, under our code, they're considered residential. Under this act, they're considered commercial. 2 distinct differences.
So how do we solve that dilemma in how we document our practice?
We don't
So
need-
that those that are filing for zoning applications know they need a conditional use permit?
We'll take care of those as they come in. We'll direct them to say, hey, Jennifer, you know, are they going to need a conditional use, yes or not? So.
Okay, I won't belabor it. I just think that needs some significant clarity so that those that are in the position of asking for PACE funds and those that are reviewing PACE funds and interpreting our municipal code, which I know is different than anybody else's in the state, needs to have some clarity around what it is that we are covering with our program.
I'm sure, Chris, we're not the only ones to have residential up to a multifamily of 4 or more considered as still residential, right? But under this
Yeah,
act, it's considered commercial, so that's not unique.
Sure, and every individual project property owner that wants to come to you with a project that is multifamily in nature is going to have to comply with your building codes. And you know, in Omaha, I heard Lottie mention that the planning department would be a part of the review of the PACE application, and that's certainly the way it's occurred in Omaha. Certainly the way it's occurred in Lincoln is that point person, the PACE administrator for the program, does review the application, typically maybe even write a report about the application, and then in the course of that is distributing the application to other departments within the city that can bear their expertise on that project. And have they seen it previously? Is it have they gotten their permits already? Is it meeting the standards already in place that the city has imposed on these kinds of projects? And so that's a natural part of the review, and also for the sake of again a bank or a senior sort of lender on a project, as well as a PACE lender, they're going to want to do their due diligence and make sure that the project is above board and has met whatever standards already are in place in the city.
Okay, thanks. One of the answers that I got had to do with, you know, who's going to determine the technical attributes of the applicant's filing with regards to, yeah, this qualifies, this doesn't qualify. And the answer I got back is, well, if needed, we do have engineers. And I was kind of taken back by the if needed. My guess is most of this is technical enough that someone in that field is going to have to be involved all the time, not as needed. They're probably going to be reviewing these on a regular basis. Is that accurate?
The energy report that really identifies the qualifying measures that are being financed, and identifies the utility savings, both in terms of energy savings and the cost savings over the useful average life of those items, put together by a licensed engineer in the state of Nebraska, and is submitted as part of the application, the PACE application that'll come into the city. And I know in some of the material you have the application. In fact, there's a sample, or there's a chart that is very typical of showing the calculation and how the numbers are arrived at. And all of the material, the formulas, the calculation, certainly can be made available to individuals who are reviewing the application we've not run into an issue like this in the dozen or so projects that have been approved in Omaha or Lincoln, or the projects that are currently under review in Columbus and Hastings, their first projects that their applications that they're reviewing. And so while it may be that a city would desire to have an engineer from staff or consultant or whatever look at the application from that nature, it is in my judgment really laid out straightforward enough that most anybody in this room should be able to look at it, review it, and understand how those calculations are arrived at.
Okay. One of the other questions that I had was with regards to the requirements to fulfill a 1.0 SIR or to request a waiver.
Mm-hmm.
And as a part of the requesting of waiver, you have to, and now we have added, you got to explain why you need a waiver. You can't just say, I want a waiver. And part of the response I got back in that regard was, well, the district administrator will make the determination whether that waiver is granted or not. And I'm curious as to why that initial assessment of whether the waiver explanation was acceptable, appropriate, or whatever, it wouldn't go to the board that's assisting the district administrator, even though the final decision might be, rendered by the administrator. Wouldn't you want the board, other people, to weigh in on that decision-making, explanation, evaluation, rather than just a single person?
Yeah, I would, the waiver request will come in with the application, and so that would be a part of the material that the PACE administrator would review and would be a part of the discussion with that board as they're talking about approval or not approval of the application. And so that scrutiny from everyone involved in the board on the application is going to include scrutiny on the waiver. And I might just mention on the SIR, the savings to investment ratio, about half the states in the country don't require this SIR standard, and about half do. And in Nebraska's original law, it was required. This in 2019, the legislature allowed for this waiver, and the reason that they did that is because when it comes to energy efficiency, sometimes you'll have a project that clearly, with the changes that you're making in an HVAC unit or insulation or a roof or what have you, clearly you're going to be having energy savings, but maybe you're not going to have enough energy savings to prove out in that engineer's report that you would actually pay for that HVAC unit or whatever that item is over that useful average life. And so maybe you'd end up paying for 93% of it or 88% of it. And so we wanted to provide a mechanism where someone could come and say, I'm going to save money. This is going to make sense. It's not going to pencil out to pay for itself. And so that's why I'm asking for a waiver, because it's good for me as a property owner. It's good for you as a city, because we're going to use less energy. And so give me the ability to finance with this PACE loan. And so that's why the waiver is there, for that kind of a discussion. And then again, the PACE administrator and the committee will look at that and pass their judgment on whether they agree that makes sense or whether they don't. And this will become especially important this July 1st when the new energy codes come into place. And we're going to, as a state, move from the 2009 energy code to the 2018 energy code. And that's going to have some significant impact on new construction projects that might want to use PACE. And so we think the waiver could be something that your PACE administrator might see used after that time.
I have some other technical questions, but I am hopeful that perhaps entertaining another round of some of these follow-up questions that I had to the original set of questions could still be submitted and responded to if we have time between now and third reading to augment some of the responses that I got before, or because I changed my question slightly, would you agree to provide some of that back for purposes?
Yeah, I'd be happy to continue to work with Lottie and to address questions.
I don't want to take up a lot of time tonight. I do want to make one other point of contention with regards to an item that was responded to with regards to the appointment of the review group whether we call them a committee or a board or whatever. And the response that I got back said that this would be codified as a Section 2, 110 Mayor's Committee. This probably isn't a question for you because this is city code that we're dealing with, and we haven't established how we're going to do that yet. And so when I got that response, I was somewhat taken back by it because I really think personally that review group needs to be accomplished through Fremont Municipal Code 2-112, which is not the appointment, is not the appointment of a mayor's committee, but rather an appointment of a board. And there's some logic for wanting to do that, I think, because we need as much transparency as possible. We've been told that a mayor's committee does not follow open meetings rules, even though our city code says it's required. We've been told that it doesn't have to, that that's not a requirement. And that would seem to be fairly important in that regard. Also, I understand there's a periodic report annually that's required by the state in Section 133211. And if we're going to have to do an annual report to the state, I would think that just like on some of these other annual reports that gets filed by the city, they come through council, and that should come. But a mayor's committee wouldn't afford any of that because the definition of a mayor's committee is all information goes to the mayor and nobody else. So I think the use of a mayor's committee in response to my question is wholly inappropriate. We ought to be entertaining the establishment of a board, call it a committee or a commission, I don't care, but it ought to be done under the guise of Municipal Code 2-112. I don't know how the rest of the council feels in that regard, but I think that's a pretty important factor. It wasn't in the materials per se before us relative to how we're structuring the ordinance or the manual or the contract or any of that, but it was in the responses that I received back as to this is what we intend to do. And to that I say, well, I think that needs a lot of discussion, because just like we have an advisory committee for LB 840 and we have a local option review team, those give periodic reports to the council. We're not making decisions on you can have PACE or don't have PACE, but we ultimately will have to stamp the report that goes to Lincoln, one would assume, because that's coming from the city. And we're the ones authorizing this. So I'm hopeful that we will gravitate to something other than a mayor's committee in the end, as was indicated in my response. Thanks.
Any other questions? Councilmember Jacobus.
I don't have questions as much as a comment. I'm of the same mindset when it comes to having a more formal board that actually follows all the Opens Meeting Act, full with notices, et cetera. Whether it's called a committee or a board, regardless, I'd like to at least allow for public input and public notice. And we've had issues with those concerns in the past, and rather to continue to back up and beat that up, I'd like to move forward in creating this. I think this is a good idea. I think this will be very beneficial in the very near future within our community. It's just another great tool in our toolbox, and thank you for all the time, because you're not done expending your time on this, I'm sure. But I'd like to see at least that minimal change, that this be a more formal board, and that this follow to the very letter of Opens Meeting Act and allowing public input and participation and properly noticed.
Any other questions? I'll open the public hearing. Is there any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Just one last question with regards to our agreement that we could submit additional written questions for potential response. And if this moves to third reading tonight rather than let's hold off and do some more smithing on second reading before we go to third reading, if we go to third reading, what's the likelihood that any of the responses that would trigger changes to any of the forms that I indicated because of the questions are going to get implemented before we get to third reading, because I know we've been told by the time we get to third reading, this should be all but done, ink is almost dry. And so if that spurs some questions as to why we might need to make some changes yet to those, if they're not incorporated in that third reading document, how do we handle that? We delay third reading once we see third reading, or what?
Yes, we can delay the third reading if the changes are not satisfactory to the
And will
council.
third reading come up on the end of the month?
We would like to have the third reading on January 28th, yes.
So when would you like to have
Knowing
these
the
writ-
deadline of submitting our council agenda items is due by the end of day Tuesday, January 21st, we will need your questions rather quickly.
Okay. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus?
I had a quick question for you, Lottie. There's a reference in somewhere in this verbiage. I think Mr. Yeager had a question about the consideration if someone doesn't meet the SIR or who has to prove it. That will be done by the applicant, correct? By a registered engineer with their seal, correct? It's not just, well, I took him to an engineer, here we go, but it'll actually have the seal and the documentation.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion to hold second reading. Councilmember Jacobus?
I would like to make an amendment to this on the conversation that we had as far as making sure that this is a board subject fully to the Opens Meeting Act, noticed, open to the public, et cetera. So I don't know quite how to make that amendment, but I'd like to make that amendment prior to approving the second read.
Councilman Coons? Councilman Ellis?
I second that motion.
Cast your votes. Councilman Legman?
Yes. Lottie, are you okay with this amendment, or do you want to look through it and discuss things before we throw this amendment at you and vote on it?
One difference to note is that you mentioned the LB 840 committees. Those are required by state statute. Whereas the PACE ordinance, and maybe Chris can speak further to this effect as to what other communities do and how they handle this, the statute doesn't require for that. And this is an administrative program. And so, I mean, just to keep that in mind and you make your decisions, that it's not required by state statute. It's administratively handled unless there's a denial of a waiver, and then it can come to council. So just to kind of keep on that trend, keep those items in mind when you're considering.
I would answer your question from a standpoint of what's taking place in Nebraska and my understanding of PACE nationally. And in Omaha, their committee, I would describe it as an ad hoc committee. It does have the planning director and the city finance director. They actually do meet after an application's been reviewed. They invite the applicant to come to the meeting and make what becomes a 5 to 10 minute presentation with a couple of questions, and then the meeting's over. The applicant, who sometimes is from out of state, the property owner will has flown in for this meeting, or the developer. And then the committee will have further discussion privately and then vote whether or not to approve the application. And then I've gotten an email within an hour or two every time saying it's approved, with one exception, and we worked with them on that, and it was subsequently approved. In Lincoln, we did not have I would say they probably had an ad hoc committee, but it was more the PACE administrator distributed the material, got feedback from, again, probably planning department, building and zoning, checked all the boxes, and the application looked good and it was approved. And I think those processes will be what we're going to see with the applications currently pending in Hastings and Columbus as well. What I've described to you is probably as much, if not more, than how PACE approvals have worked elsewhere in the country. They typically are very administrative, and I would say it is probably not a stretch to say that having a PACE approval go through a public hearing process, a public notice process, would be unusual and might be the only of that kind in the country. And I say that respectfully. That certainly your decision to set that process up, but it might be unique.
Councilman Yerger, Councilmember Jacobus.
What I was going to say is we're not asking for a public hearing as much as for the meeting itself on the discussion to be open to the public. Because oftentimes the council has no knowledge of a lot of things, like right now when there's board meetings, et cetera, unless you get on the website. And at least there'll be something to update on the website, and the public can be informed if they so choose, and they can so choose to attend. For instance, we have a joint water management board that meets not on any specific time, but when we do meet, it's noticed and publicized, and the public can attend. It's not that they're adding their input, but they can be informed if they so choose. And that's what I'm getting at, public notice of sorts, so that people can choose to attend and be informed.
I would just share that we're required, for that meeting in particular, we're required by state statute, interlocal agreements between many communities and many organizations require that to be public notice and to be open to the public as well. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Legband. No. Jacobus.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Yerger.
Yes.
Bechtel.
No.
Coons.
No.
Ellis.
Yes.
McLean.
No.
Motion is 4-4. Motion fails.
I would take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Coons,
Motion to hold the second reading of ordinance number 5517 and support city staff.
Councilman Legman,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Bechtel. Coons.
Yes.
Ellis. No. McLean.
Yes.
Yerger.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Jacobus.
No.
Legband.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-3, Mayor.
Now we'll have second reading.
An ordinance to create a clean energy assessment district, to establish definitions, to provide for the financing, administration, and collections, to promote energy efficiency improvements and renewable energy systems, and to provide the effective date hereof. On second reading.
Third and final reading would be on January 28th. Moving on. Item number 6. Resolution 2020-001 to approve redevelopment plan for Fremont Mall rehabilitation, including a request for designation as an enhanced employment area and imposition of a 1% occupation tax on sales. The applicant has asked for this to be continued indefinitely. I would take a motion to that effect. Councilman Yerger?
I'll make a motion to that effect, but I'd like to state, and I didn't state on the previous one when we had opportunity in the other meeting, the Planning Commission has already taken these up, right? And so they have already passed some sort of recommendation on these, and as I understand this particular one, it was 5-4. And I think it would be interesting in the packet material that we would get when and if this comes back, that we would have some privy to the dissenting votes as to what some of that logic would be, and if that could be included in our packet when this comes back, that would be great. And with that, I would make a motion to continue this indefinitely at the applicant's request.
Councilmember McLean?
I will second that.
Brian Newton, City Administrator. So my understanding is they've got to correct the legal. Once they get that done, they're going to go back through Planning Commission again and then back to City Council. So it'll be back to Planning Commission before it comes back here again.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
That didn't, excuse me, I want to ask, your comment means that if they come back, it has to go to the planning commission. The planning commission already passed it through. Why would it go back to the planning commission?
According to the attorney, they have to go start all over again, so I don't know. That's
Because
just
of the
what he
length
said.
of time?
No, I think it's because of the legal description was incorrect.
The legal description was bad, so basically approved something that was on the wrong property.
Yep, so that's why it's got to go back to planning.
Okay.
Again, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Yerger? Yes. Jensen? Yes. Jacobus? Yes. Legband? Yes. Bechtel? Yes. Coons? Yes. Ellis? Yes. McLean?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0 to continue, Mayor.
Item 7, ordinance 5521 for a change of zone from UR urban residential to SC suburban commercial, properly generally located on the west side of North Clarkson between the Hospital Access Road and 30th Streets. This would be for the first reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. I do have a letter in support that was submitted just prior to Planning Commission. It didn't get scanned in with this packet, but if I could go ahead and hand that out.
Yeah.
I would point out the letter in support is from the property owners.
I would first take a motion to receive. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to receive.
Councilmember McLean.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Bechtel? Yes. Coons? Yes. Ellis? Yes. McLean? Yes. Yerger? Yes. Jensen? Yes. Jacobus? Yes. Legband? Yes. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
So this is a request to rezone 4 properties that are along North Clarkson Street, just north of the hospital on the west side of the street, from urban residential to SC suburban commercial. They're all developed with office, doctor office uses. And at some point in the past, the zoning ordinance allowed offices by conditional use permit in the R4 district, which is pretty unusual in the first place. But in the second place, when we updated the zoning code to the UDC, that went away. So we have 4 non-conforming uses in that area. One of the property owners came in and they wanted to amend their conditional use permit so that they could expand their business. And I looked at it and I said, well, this is really strange, and did some research and determined what had happened. It makes sense for the properties to be zoned suburban commercial since they're developed commercially. Suburban commercial is probably the least intensive of all of our commercial districts, and this would allow those properties then to expand. Any changes to those properties, and they would have to come in conformance with the parking, landscaping, et cetera, requirements in the UDC. So that's where this came from, and staff recommends approval.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Is there any public comment? Close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 5521 for first reading.
Councilman Legman.
I will second that.
We have a motion to introduce and hold the first reading of 5521. Cast your votes.
Legband? Yes. Jacobus? Yes. Jensen?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
McLean? Yes. Motion carries 8-0.
At this time, we'll hold first reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11, Zoning, Subdivision, and Site Development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on first reading.
There'll be 2 more readings on this particular item. Item 8, ordinance 5522 for a change of zoning from R rural to PD plan development to develop up to 219 multifamily dwelling units, 113 attached single-family units consisting of duplex, triplex, and row houses designs, along with commercial uses known as Blue Stem Commons, properly generally located at the southwest corner of Luther Road and County Road T. This item, at the request of the applicant, has been continued till the January 28th, 2020 meeting. I would take a motion to continue. Councilmember Jacobus.
I'd make a motion to continue this item.
Councilmember McLean.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
McLean? Yes. Ellis?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel? Yes. Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? Yes. Legband?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Item 9, Resolution 2020-002 for a preliminary plat generally consisting of 5 multifamily residential lots, 2 commercial lots, and 113 attached single-family lots, and 3 outlots for Blue Stem Commons property generally located at the southwest corner of Luther Road and County Road T. Again, this item has been requested to be continued till the January 28th, 2020 meeting. I would take a motion to that effect. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to continue Resolution 2020-002 to the January 28th meeting.
Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? Yes. Legband?
Yes.
Bechtel? Coons?
Yes.
Ellis? McLean? Yes. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 10, Resolution 2020-003 for a final plat generally consisting of 2 outlots, 63 attached single-family, and 3 multifamily lots for Blue Stem Commons properly generally located at the southwest corner of Luther Road and County Road T. Again, this item has been requested to be continued to the January 28, 2020 meeting. I would take a motion to that effect. Councilmember Jacobus.
I'd make a motion to continue this item.
Councilmember Yerger.
I'll second the motion to continue Resolution 2020-003.
Cast your votes.
Legband? Yes. Jacobus?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Bechtel? Coons?
Yes.
Ellis? McLean? Yes. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 11, Ordinance 5523 to amend Section 11-920 of the City of Fremont UDC to amend the definitions of front yard, side yard, street side yard, and rear yard. This would be first reading. At this time, we'll have staff report. Jennifer.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. And I do have some proposed amendments to the ordinance that I would like to hand out.
I would take a motion to receive. Councilman Yerger. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to receive.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Bechtel? Yeah. Coons?
Yes.
Ellis? McLean? Yes. Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? Legband? Yes. Motion carries 8-0 to receive, Mayor.
Earlier this year, we amended the definitions of the yards to indicate that parking in those areas would not be allowed outside of driveways. The local development community, the applicant, Mr. Boriso, pointed out, and we spent a lot of time looking over the landscape regulations and trying to interpret them in the UDC, which is really no easy task. And it's clear that in commercial and industrial areas, there is also a landscape buffer requirement. So they made the proposal that parking be allowed in the front yard in those areas where there's already a landscape buffer. The proposed amendment just clarifies that by including in commercial and industrial districts. So the intent of the UDC to still have a landscape buffer in these yard areas and not allow parking in it is met, but it also clarifies that there shouldn't be parking across the front yard in a residential district outside of a driveway.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
So where is this diagram that was put in our packet? Is this got an address specific with regard? Is this a sample of anything, or is this a specific address in the city?
I think that's just an example.
Just an example.
Just an example of how it could work. There are some specific properties that the Borisos own, and I know Mr. Boriso's here, so he could speak to that they set up and intended to put buildings on, and it was difficult now to fit the building on because the parking wouldn't fit if it's outside of the front yard, but it does fit if it's outside of the landscape buffer. And I'll let you address it.
Bo Borisaw. I live at 1240 Timberwood Drive in Ames, Nebraska. We're doing a small industrial development on North Lincoln here in town. It kind of dead ends up to, at some point is going to be a Fremont Industrial Park, I think. But we're there, we're doing some lots. We've got 11 lots right now. And the plot you see in here is kind of a generic size of a typical lot. And what we're doing is selling these, and the guys that are buying them are having trouble figuring out where their parking is going to be based on the code as it was stood in effect at the beginning of last year. And so we're trying to make these changes to where you could park anywhere in the front yard as long as you're not in the landscape buffer, in the side yard as long as you're not in the landscape buffer, and in the rear yard as long as you're not in the landscape buffer. We require that any parking other than the front be screened in our development. It doesn't affect drainage in any way, doesn't affect pervious in any way. It just makes the property more useful.
Any questions for Bo? Councilman Yerger?
I don't have questions for Bo, but I would have more questions for Jennifer. So the language that was in our packet versus the language that you handed out tonight was what went through the Planning Commission, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you advocated in favor of the language that was before the Planning Commission, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain to me why the Planning Commission and yourself thought the changes that were recommended in the first edition were good for the city and required, as the ordinance says, that these changes are necessary and compliant?
Sure. I thought it seemed clear to me, and I think it seemed clear to the Planning Commission, but in a staff meeting, a couple people brought up questions about that and what the impact would be on residential properties. So this language clarifies that parking would be allowed in the commercial and industrial areas. If you look at the UDC, there are impervious surface requirements, there are building coverage requirements. that don't apply in the commercial and in industrial districts. There are floor area ratios instead of those requirements. So when I reviewed the initial language, that's my line of thought. People who don't deal with this regularly thought we ought to specify commercial and industrial districts so that it's clear that that section is not applying to residential districts. Just a matter of clarification.
Yeah. And I appreciate the attempt to, in essence, make sure that the entire city didn't start parking on their front yards, side yards, and backyards, because that's what that first change would have done, which would have been untenable. But I have to honestly say, I am not in favor of our changing definitions to meet a specific circumstance when there are other areas of code that deal specifically with parking. And to change the definition of front yard, side yard, and rear yard, which technically have nothing to do with parking per se, we're now going to change the definition as it would apply. And it seems to me, just as we did when we had some consternation over whether or not we would change the definitions of open space, which impacted every other reference of open space throughout the UDC. And I argued that was bad practice. Definitions should be applicable to the entire UDC, and tailoring the front yard, side yard definitions here, even though they may be restricted to commercial and industrial by your latest language, every table, every other paragraph in here where we're talking about front yard, side yard, rear yard, et cetera, you have to read it in the connotation of the definition itself. I believe that's not good practice. We shouldn't be changing the definitions. We should be looking into the proper codes, whatever they are, dealing with parking. And if this needs to have an accommodation, that's where it needs to be. It shouldn't be accomplished through trying to make changes in the definitional statements for the whole UDC.
To a certain degree, I would agree with you. We do have the second sentence that says the front yard shall be reserved as landscaped area, however, blah, 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 and that applies to all of the different definitions. This was an attempt to clarify that in the definition, are there other areas of the code where we could address that more elegantly? Yes, probably. I know that Mr. Boriso is anxious to continue and move forward with his development. When they brought this forward, my responsibility is to respond to that. They were anxious to move forward as quickly as possible because they have some sales on the line. I guess my thought is this is a way to address it in the short term, and I think the whole definition section, the whole parking section, the whole landscape section need to be reviewed and will be reviewed in the near future. And this certainly could be incorporated at that point in time.
Councilman Legman?
So you're happy with the way it is right now? If we change this ordinance number 5523, you're happy with it and you're satisfied?
Yes, I am.
You're our staff, you're our professional. I just want to make sure you're okay with it.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Yerger?
I would ask, in your analysis and acceptance of the changes that were recommended by the applicant here, did you look at other areas of the UDC where there were definitions of parking where this was better suited to make adjustment for the needs that he was expressing?
The way the parking section of the UDC is written, it doesn't address where parking should be, and it doesn't address parking landscaping like you would see in a lot of regular codes. There's requirements about that there should be landscaping and parking aisles after, with so many spaces. There are requirements that the parking spaces should be so big. There are requirements that you need so many spaces per particular types of uses, but it really doesn't right now address where the parking should be, and the landscape section is just very difficult, and there's not a good place to address it as it's written today. It would be really better addressed with a comprehensive undertaking.
Councilmember Jacobus?
Having reviewed this, I also took it as commercial industrial because of the planning commission notation. I think it was the second paragraph that's specified, but I get the point. So I appreciate that you made that change. I think it's hard to find something that one size fits all, but I appreciate the change. And I take no issue now that you've changed it, but do we need to make an amendment to this in order to promulgate that change?
Yes, there would need to be an amendment to the proposed ordinance to show it as
The
what
language that you submitted
that I
here.
handed out. And I made sure, because I noticed later on in the agenda, there are questions about an ordinance that we worked on, and there was a lot of information that had gone back and forth, so I made sure that I put the date of the proposed amendment on it so that as we move forward with the second and third readings, it's clear what you're voting on.
Other than a simple misspelling, which is a cleanup. I take no issue, and I appreciate it that you added specifically commercial industrial, because I think that cleans it up quite a bit and doesn't make it so generic of the fear of suddenly I'm going to pave my whole front yard because I don't want to mow the darn thing. So I appreciate the effort that you made in the change. So I'd make the motion to amend it.
I see the misspelling now.
Councilman Yerger?
Can I raise one more point before
Yeah.
you entertain that motion? I'm curious in regards to the review that you did also then with regards to the parking areas, in light of being able to put hard surface parking on all areas, even in industrial or commercial areas. And I didn't research these myself before coming, but I am curious as to whether or not there are significant impacts that would be concerning to you with regards to the UDC's requirements for impervious coverage standards if you're going to allow potential hard surface parking around the entire circumference of a building.
The UDC in the residential areas addresses impervious surface, but not in the commercial and industrial areas. Rather, the size of the building is regulated by the floor area ratio, and that floor area ratio is bigger or smaller depending on the height of the building. There is a requirement for a 15% landscaped area. Other than that, you can pave the rest of your lot, and in fact, any parking areas need to be hard surfaced.
One of the reasons.
Mark, you want to hop off and?
Yeah, I'm, well, all right.
Just one more follow-up in that regard, because I have in my ward some folks that have been significantly impacted by allowing additional concrete around buildings that has created somewhat of havoc in their area, not only for residential property, but for other businesses in the area, because of the magnitude of drainage from buildings and all the hard surface and no place for water to go, and Fremont is flat. And
Absolutely. That,
and quite honestly, because this doesn't put any kind of restriction on what you can do, it seems to me, it's pretty broad-based. I really think this is a bad move at this point, and we ought to be looking not to do this in definition. We need to find the right code to assist the applicant to get done what they want done, but glossary is not the place to do it.
on the impervious surface requirements, drainage requirements, there are absolutely pretty significant issues throughout town with those. I know Dave is working with the H2O group throughout the state to develop a drainage manual that will be amended for the city of Fremont. And also, Dave and Lottie and I are working with the EPA. We'll have a Green and Complete Streets session here in the near future, so we can start taking a look at some alternative, hopefully landscaping and drainage requirements that might help address some of those issues. But that's really for a different area of the code.
Pat?
I was just going to say, I think conceptually, the idea of not having parking in the residential area is probably everybody agrees with. Maybe there's several ways to probably skin that cat. Why don't we, before making a motion to change the glossary index or whatever, give Jennifer and I a chance to look at it and see whether there's a better way to handle it before we move forward on this motion. This is just first reading. We've got plenty of time to amend it and just move the ordinance forward, and then hopefully we may have something different. I do understand Mr. Yerger's concern.
Councilman Jensen?
I'm going to second the motion on the floor that we make the amendment to ordinance 5523.
There's a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Bechtel? Yes. Coons? Yes. Ellis? Yes. McLean? Yes. Yerger?
No.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
This time we'll have first reading.
So that was just the amendment now. I think
That was the amendment, yeah. Item 11, amended ordinance 5523 to amend section 11920 of the City of Fremont UDC to amend the definitions of front yard, side yard, street side yard, and rear yard. This would be for the first reading. We need to open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Close the public hearing. Comments from council? Councilman Coons?
I'd like to take a moment to applaud city staff for taking the time to listen to a contractor when he comes forward that is faced with a predicament such as that. I kind of view this as the contractor as the boots on the ground. He's the doctor, and what we've got here is the patient. He has more insight about what will work and what will not work. I applaud you for taking the time to chat with Bo on that.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion to introduce and hold first reading of ordinance, the amended ordinance 5523. Councilman Coons?
Make a motion to introduce ordinance 5523.
Councilman Legband? As amended. Cast your votes.
McLean? Yes. Ellis? Yes. Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Yerger?
No.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
And now we'll hold first reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning, subdivision, and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. On first reading.
There'll be two more readings on this particular item. Next is the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council, will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and be considered separately. The consent agenda is items 12 through 23. Item 20, I would like to pull. And item 21, staff has requested no action whatsoever. That being said, is there any other items either by the public or by council to be removed for discussion? Councilman Yerger?
I'd like action, comment on item 15, 18, 19, 22, and 23, please.
Fifteen, 18, 19, 22, and 23. Councilmember Jacobus?
And I just wanted to have some light discussion on number 17, just because the gentleman decided to attend the meeting tonight. And then number 20, I'd like to formally welcome him in a more formal approval rather than just under, I'm sorry?
That's why it's being pulled.
I thought you said 21.
20 and 21.
Never mind. Thank you.
Any other items either by the public or by council? I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda 12 through 14 and 16. Councilmember McLean,
I make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 12, 13, 14, and 16.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Legband? Yes. Jacobus? Yes. Jensen?
Yes.
Yerger? Yes. Bechtel? Yes. Coons? Yes. Ellis? Yes. McLean? Yes. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 15, Resolution 2020-004, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with NE/IA Agronomic Services for Biosolids Management. We'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Keith Contor, Water Wastewater Superintendent, here to get approval for Resolution 2020-004 for a biosolids management contractor. Prior to this agreement, the city had an agreement with the Dodge County Extension Educator to manage our biosolids program. He has been assigned to a different district, and it looks like they're going to possibly fill the position, but that position will be filled in a regional position rather than a local position. So we went out for bids, sent out 3 bids to agronomists throughout the county. Got the 3 bids back, actually 2 bids, and one decided not to bid, asking for approval. The utility infrastructure reviewed the agreement and recommends City Council approve the agreement. At that time, it was None Agronomics. Since then, he has relabeled his business to Nebraska Iowa Agronomics for the biosolids management plan for $12,000 a year. I can answer any questions.
Councilman Yerger,
I don't have any questions for Keith. And so if others do, I'll yield. Otherwise, I'll come back to what I pulled it off for in the first place.
Councilmember Jacobus,
Where's None Agronomics? What'd you say the new name was?
It's Nebraska Iowa Agronomics.
Where are they located?
He's out of Takema.
Takema?
Yep. He has a home office in Takema. He's actually mobile 90% of the time, working with landowners and producers.
And Nutrient Advisors out of West Point, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
any other questions for Keith? Councilman Yerger?
My reason for pulling this item is, just as in the past meetings, this resolution narrative indicates in one of the paragraphs that this is coming through the Utilities Infrastructure Board, and then in the resolution statement itself, there's a line that I'd like to have stricken because, as I've argued in the past, there's nothing in our packet that indicates what the actions are of the Infrastructure Board. There's no minutes, there's no vote. The timing of this is ill-suited, comes out on the agenda as though they've approved it before it even gets into our packet. I feel that's wholly inappropriate, and I'm just more comfortable if we strike that language and pass the resolution without that information. So I'd like to strike the second paragraph and accept the recommendation of Utility and Infrastructure Board and from the last paragraph.
So Brian Newton, City Council. So Councilman Yerger, my understanding is that you wanted to see the action of the Utility Board before they came to council?
I just think it's appropriate that we can't assume what their action is before we get to our meeting when their actions aren't, their meetings haven't necessarily been memorialized in their minutes. We don't have nothing in our packet that indicates that they did. It's just assumed that they affirmatively passed this, and we don't know that because they haven't stated that in anything that's included in our packet, and I understand why, because our agendas are built before they hold their meeting, and therefore it's just an assumption that they're passing this through, and I'm uncomfortable with those statements being in here, that we're relying on recommendations that we don't have information to support.
So would it be fair to say you haven't looked at the online agenda and realized that this item came before the UIB meeting 2 weeks ago, and that the minutes were done and posted online before this council packet was put together?
I feel the same way regardless of whether that's the case, because I don't feel as a council person I have to go out and read their minutes. I think it belongs in our packet as supported documentation. Could easily be stated that this was passed by the utility board on X date with a vote of X blank X. And until we start doing that, I'm going to be uncomfortable with allowing my votes to support these, because I think we can pass this without that language until we get that language built into the resolution.
Councilmember Jacobus?
So what I'm hearing is the request for supporting documentation, which I don't take issue for. I think we should have that. If you aren't able to attend the meeting, it should still have supporting documentation. And if there's any opposition to something or some light discussion of what that topic is for that I would tend to agree. But the meetings are occurring and decisions made offsetting ours now. They no longer are having the meetings and this type of decision being made on the same day. It's now made at the prior meeting. So they have changed that. So I appreciate that that's been changed, Brian, on the utility board.
Councilmember Yerger?
A solution to this tonight might be, if we have the information, and maybe the city administrator does, rather than striking that one paragraph and a line in the next paragraph, if you have dates and vote counts to substantiate the recommendation that came through, we could insert those instead of deletion. That would be acceptable.
Sure, it was held on December 30th, and the vote was unanimous. I think it was the 30th. Was it the
Meeting before that.
10th? I'm sorry, December 10th.
Yep.
Because that was the abbreviated one.
We would need to amend the resolution to include that. Councilman Jensen?
I will make the motion to amend the resolution to include the Utility Infrastructure Board meeting considering this item.
Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
I second that.
Cast your votes.
Yerger? Yes. Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? Yes. Legband? No. Bechtel? Yes. Coons? No. Ellis? Yes. McLean? Motion carries 6-2, Mayor, to amend.
Item 15, amended resolution 2020-004, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with NE-IA Agronomic Services for biosolids management. Is there any other comments by council? Any comments by the public? Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
As amended.
As amended. Councilmember Jacobus?
I'd make the second to approve the amended motion.
Cast your votes.
McLean? Yes. Ellis? Yes. Coons? Yes. Bechtel? Yes. Yerger? Yes. Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband? Yes. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 17, resolution 2020-005, extending the term of Fremont Lottery Operator Agreement for a 5-year period ending February 25th, 2025. This time we'll have a staff report, and we do have the representative from Big Red Keno here.
I would just like to say that working with Big Red Keno has been good. This is the 5-year renewal. I wasn't here at the time it was renewed previously, but I did have Lottie help me. We looked back at the revenues generated from Keno, and it looks like between 2014 and the current, it's unaudited, but it does show that it's about we've got about a 25% increase in revenue between those two dates, so that's good. I just thought I'd share that, and I would allow Keno representative to present.
Sir?
Mr. Mayor, City Council. Nick Thielen, Big Red Keno, 11248 John Galt Boulevard, Omaha, Nebraska. really, the story is exactly as Tyler has pointed out. We've had increased revenues almost, I think, every year in the last 5 years, including this last year. We're on pace to be an 11% increase over 2018 at the last numbers in November. We like being here. The restaurant is doing well for us, and we want to renew the contract. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus?
I only had you come up just to speak and explain just a little bit. Appreciate what you do and the impact that Keno has had on us and the monetaries. So I appreciate that you chose to come up and speak. So thank you for attending our meeting.
I do want to take this time just to remind the public and everyone in the room, including the council, that as a council member, you or your family, or you nor your family can play Keno at any of the establishments in Fremont or in the Big Red Keno area in regards to Keno. Truly, as a council member, the dollars we receive, the perception truly would be it could be perceived that we had a part in that, or if a council member won, it could be perceived that it was rigged. So that's something that's been out there for a long time, and it does include all family members as well. Any other questions?
Yeah, real quick, I got a question about that. Does that include, is that like, you're talking like our wife, or like if my brother goes and plays Keno and wins, do I need to tell my brother to stop playing Keno?
Certainly would be you and your wife.
You and your wife and
All
any
right.
dependents.
When you said family, I was like, okay, well, I have to call my older
Immediate
brother.
family. Any comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to this resolution. Councilmember Yerger?
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2020-005.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
McLean. Ellis. Coons. Bechtel. Yerger. Jensen. Jacobus. Lakeband. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 18, Resolution 2020-006, authorizing mayor to sign a comprehensive annual banner permit with Nebraska Department of Transportation and DOT. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. This is an annual permit that we submit to the state of Nebraska in the event that we should want to put a banner over the highway at some point in time in the year. It's not saying we have to or we're going to. It's just a kind of a procedural thing that we do every year. The only real place in town that we would do that would be on Broad Street, which would be Highway 77.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Yerger.
No questions for staff. My reason for pulling was the same as the other resolution, and if we have date and vote count to append and amend Resolution 2020-006, that would be satisfactory. Otherwise, I'd like to strike the third paragraph.
Dave, do you remember what date we took it to UIB? Was it 10th as well?
Yes, it should have been, yes. It wasn't not today.
Yeah, so it's the 10th. 10th
Yeah.
unanimous. 5-0.
I would take a motion to amend Resolution 2020-006, including the meeting date of the UIB and the vote count being unanimous or 5-0. Councilmember Jacobus?
I would so make the amended motion. I'd make the motion to amend it as you stated. How's that?
Is there a second? Councilmember Ellis,
I second that motion.
cast your votes.
Legband? No. Jacobus?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yeah.
Coons?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
McLean?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Amended Resolution 2020-006, authorizing mayor to sign comprehensive annual banner permit with Nebraska Department of Transportation and DOT. Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Legman?
Yes, Tyler, from now on, could we make sure we get this, the UIB boards included in here so we don't have to go through all these from now on?
Yeah, I think it will be probably a pretty simple update to the way the resolutions are created for items from the UIB by adding that information.
So you'd have to include the park, you'd have to include the cemetery, any board that makes a recommendation, you gotta be unanimous across all of them, which we haven't done in the past. This is new.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to the amended resolution 2020-006. Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to approve amended resolution 2020-006.
Councilmember Jacobus,
I'll second his motion.
cast your votes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Ellis? McLean?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 19, Resolution 2020-007 to approve a contract with CenturyLink to upgrade the Viper 911 system. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Shelley Hoserland, 911 Director. The main server and other hardware that supports the 911 system is due for an upgrade. It's was installed in 2013. We are also working on moving the Nebraska 911 system to a next generation IP-based system, so that will upgrade our equipment to be ready for that and put us in a position to be a regional 911 center should that opportunity arise.
Councilman Yerger.
No questions for staff, only needed to report I need to abstain from this particular item.
Any other questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2020-007.
Councilmember Legman,
And I will second.
cast your votes.
McLean?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Legband? Motion carries 7-0 with one abstention, Mayor.
Item 20, move to appoint Dominic Savio as police sergeant per mayor recommendation. The Civil Service Board provided the information to basically to the police chief. The results were compiled and I received the results. There were 3 candidates and we made the recommendation based off of the results that were provided by the Civil Service Board. So my recommendation is Dominic Savio. Is there any comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilmember Jacobus,
I'd make a motion to approve Dominic Savio for this position.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Legband?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Coons.
Yes.
Ellis.
Yes.
McLean. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Dominic is here. If you would stand, congratulations and welcome. Thank you very much. Moving on, item 21, Resolution 2020-008, levying a special tax and assessment against Lot 13, Block 4, North Side, to owner Atlantica LLC to pay the cost of weed and debris removal. There is no action on this item. Item 22, Resolution 2020-009, authorizing purchase of a 2020 Ford F-150 4x4 crew cab pickup truck. At this time, we'll
Is it just the same thing to reflect the UIB? Yes. So no questions, just reflect the UIB.
Want me to comment, or?
Yeah, just, it was December 10th,
Yeah, it was December 10th. The next two items are December 10th.
5-0. Correct.
This is a purchase of a 2020 Ford F-150 crew cab for the warehouse facility. It replaces a 2006 vehicle that we're going to be transferring.
Any other questions? I would take a motion to amend Resolution 2020-009, including the December 10th date and the unanimous vote count. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to amend the resolution as stated.
Councilmember McLean.
Second that.
Cast your votes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Coons.
Yes.
Ellis. McLean. Yerger.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Jacobus.
Yes.
Legband.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Amended Resolution 2020-009, authorizing purchase of a 2020 Ford F-150 4x4 crew cab pickup truck for $30,425. Is there any comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to the amended resolution. Councilman Yerger.
Make a motion to approve amended resolution 2020-009.
Councilmember McLean. Cast your votes.
McLean.
Yes.
Ellis.
Yes.
Coons.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Yerger.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Jacobus.
Yes.
Legband.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 23, Resolution 2020-010, to purchase a new jet truck from Mid-Iowa Solid Waste Equipment. It's a Freightliner chassis, $228,487. First of all, I would take an amendment to add the date of the approval of this by the UIB Board of December 10th and a vote count of 5-0. To have that included. Councilmember McLean.
Make a motion to amend to include the date of the UIB meeting and the vote count.
Councilmember Legband.
And I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Legband.
Yes.
Jacobus.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Yerger.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Coons.
Yes.
Ellis.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0 to amend, Mayor.
Amended Resolution 2020-010 to purchase a new jet truck from Mid-Iowa Solid Waste Equipment. Staff report.
Troy Shaven, Assistant Administrator, Utilities. This is a replacement of a 2000 model jet truck. It's our smaller model jet truck.
Any questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would make a motion in regards to the amended resolution 2020-010. Councilmember McLean.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-010 to purchase the jet truck as recommended.
And amended. Second. Councilmember Jensen.
I'll make the second.
Cast your votes.
McLean. Ellis. Coons. Bechtel. Yerger. Jensen. Jacobus. Legband. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Next item is 24, but before we go there, we'll take a 10-minute break. is 8:54. We're going to go ahead and get started. First item in unfinished business is item 24. Ordinance 5512, amending Chapter 3, Section 3-230 of the Fremont Municipal Code, titled Municipal Sewerage System Charge and Considerations for Connections. This would be for the second reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Troy Shaben, Assistant City Administrator, Utilities. For a while, the city has had a practice on how we have dealt with connections to an existing sanitary sewer main that was installed with city funds. This is an attempt to adopt a policy to more formally address how that's done. It's been going on for quite a while. Council members Yerger, McLean, and I met long time ago and kind of went back and forth on the existing practice versus what we thought we would like to see in the policy. We've actually had a rate consultant do some investigation for us too on this. There are actually three. You'll see there's three proposed resolutions in the backup. The first is from the rate consultant, which we asked him to do. The second are proposals based on the meetings that were held between the council members and I. I would say of the three, B and C are probably the most inclusive. They have the additions, I think, that I'll call us, we were a committee. The committee agreed to that was different than the old policy, including limiting or capping the single family number, providing a payback period of 3 years for somebody who was assessed that connection fee, dealing with annexation, some issues if it was funded with another taxpayer funded method like LB 840. That's all addressed in B and C, which I don't think any of us argue with or are willing to send through. The big stickler on this continues to be, and the difference between B and C is the provision for the waiver of the connection fee for the developers for subdivisions or for if they divide into 4 lots or more. The current policy or the current practice, the past practice has been we have waived that connection fee for developers who provide a development for 4 lots or more. I think that policy, that practice certainly predates anyone I was able to find on staff. It predates anybody on council, predates the mayor. We asked.
I'm not getting damn
old.
old.
No, I apologize.
You're fine.
That did not come out
It
how I
does,
was supposed to. We asked the rate consultant to look at that policy and analyze it and compare it with some other communities and see if it was if there was a reasoning behind it. There is some backup in the consultant study. I believe last time when asked if similar cities had comparable policies, I think at the time the answer was they do, but they maybe do it a little different. Doing a little more digging. Actually, Hastings, Columbus, and Norfolk all have a policy very similar to ours where they do waive that fee for development. None of them actually even specify 4 lots. I don't know how they do it, but they specify for developments, they waive that fee. I can try to answer any questions you have. The rate consultant's here. He can try to answer any questions you can have. But like I said, the sticking point is, and I'm sure will continue to be, the waiver for the developer on the 4 lots or more.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Lakeman?
So of the 2, B and C you favor, which one do you favor the most? Because you're the one.
So there's a little wording in both of them that's a little. I mean, it's so for example, B is the answer. I mean, I I have said, and I will continue to say, I think that the waiver was created to incentivize more lots. I think the waiver is justified by the developer installing a sanitary system and turning that over to the city, and then the city is able to use that sanitary sewer to get more homes and collect more sanitary sewer fees than would be if it were a single-family lot.
And which one did the professional agree with more?
His staff report includes the waiver.
Okay.
We asked him to analyze the waiver, and the backup shows the reasoning behind the justification for the waiver.
Okay.
Councilmember Yerger.
I don't have any questions right now for staff, but I do have a few questions.
Sorry.
Oh,
I was just going to add that prior, when we first had this under consideration, Mr. Sullivan, our attorney, who is seated in the same spot he's right now, had weighed in that that 4-lot, 8-lot was rather ambiguous, and that we couldn't make that, we shouldn't be making that separation because of legal implication on that. So I would beg to differ that this is something that we probably should not entertain in that 4-lot and 8-lot. And I'd be more prone to go to option C.
Councilman Yerger.
as I was about to say, I don't have any specific questions right now for Troy, but I appreciate the fact that you brought the consultant tonight because we didn't get to talk to him before, so I have a few questions there, if that's possible.
Yes. John, please. John Kratzky.
Sorry about that. Mayor, members of the council, happy to be here tonight. I had some.
For the record, just state your name and address, please.
John Kraske, 650 J Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68508 is my business address. And that's the capacity I'm here in, obviously. Mr. Yerger?
In looking through your report, you refer to drafting a policy in several places. And then ultimately, what was proposed in the end was actually an ordinance. And originally, when we took this up to council, this was going to be drafted as a policy. And ultimately, it morphed over into an ordinance as well. And so I was wondering, what caused you to change it from a policy to an ordinance? Was that something you thought was better suited yourself to write city code, or did the city indicate that they would prefer a ordinance to a policy?
When I used the word policy, I wasn't using that as a term of legal art by any stretch.
Okay.
All I cared is that it's written down,
Okay.
and that it's approved by the governing body. And it's not something that we're relying on the mayor's long history of understanding. I'm an engineer. I work a lot with attorneys. I trust the city attorney's judgment in matters like this. But when I wrote policy, it was not a term of legal art. It was I want something written. I want something that's approved at least by a 5-4 vote, and that you can point to it for a developer to say, this is what it is, and you're not making it up on the fly.
Yeah. I was only interested because policies are a little more flexible. Ordinances take 3 readings, and so having some flexibility when we started out with a policy seemed to make sense. But we ended up with an ordinance, and I realized that's not for you. But I just wanted to ask.
And I would add too. You know, there's a wide variance. I've worked on more rate studies and more rates than I care to admit. I've probably been in front of 65 to 70 city councils on rate issues in the last 15 years. And there's a wide divergence even on setting retail rates for electric and water. There are a lot of city councils with the blessing of their attorney that set their rates by resolution as opposed to ordinance, simply because it provides them flexibility if something changes, like get an ice storm, you got to rebuild your system, you need to raise rates to recover that. You don't have to go through 3 readings to do it.
Right. Okay, so In your study that you did you find any other communities that had a 4-lot exemption?
That specific number, no. And I will see.
Anything that even looked like it?
As Troy, was that Troy?
Troy.
As Troy noted, there are other utilities that do that, and I would say that it's a general policy across the utilities I've worked with, not just sewer, but also electric, water, wastewater. One of the considerations when you provide what I'll call an allowable investment limit, how much the city is willing to put into a connection, one of the things you consider is the incremental revenue. And if you look at, and I'm just going to cite this as an example, Nebraska Public Power District's electric line extension policy, and this is and that's very similar to what we're talking about here. It's just a different utility, same concept. It takes into account the number of lots, and again, the amount of investment limit you receive is based on the amount of incremental revenue you can expect to receive.
And I'll get into some of the details of your work in a minute. So at the time you were doing your study work and the validity test that you were asked to do, were you also made aware that this, as Councilmember Jacobus just pointed out, that the city attorney had weighed in and said that particular 4-lot exemption, I think his words were, seemed discriminatory, overly generous, hadn't seen anything like it anywhere, something to that effect? Was that information shared with you when you were challenged to do a validity test on whether the 4-lot exemption proved out or made sense?
That information was not made aware to me, but I would say that, you know, I did my analysis of to where what the appropriate limit would be, whether it's more than 4 lots, more than 2 lots, more than 8 lots. I did that analysis independent of the city's existing policy. I calculated the costs, I calculated the incremental revenue. I said, if it's more than 4, you've got sufficient additional incremental revenue to offset the cost of putting the connection in. And it was, you know, if the city attorney had asked me, you know, to justify the 4 lots or have a discussion about unduly discriminatory rates, I would have been glad to have that discussion. I was not engaged by the city attorney or by city staff on that particular issue.
As a matter of general practice in your studies, do you believe that ratepayers should or shouldn't subsidize transportation from their location to the city sewer facility?
Transportation?
Well, the line from wherever they're going to connect to the sewer facility. Is it fair that the ratepayers should pay for that, subsidize any of that transportation?
And which ratepayers are you referring to?
Across the city.
No, I'm saying, I mean, it's my position that ratepayers should pay cost-based rates.
Okay.
And new customers should not be subsidized by existing customers. And at the same time, existing customers shouldn't receive a windfall, an undue windfall from new customers. I think the word subsidization is a strong word in utility rate making. And I would never advocate for that, but I will also say too, the standard I use is setting rates that are fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory. And that's what I've done here.
As a part of your study, you utilized, or your tables indicate, an embedded cost of $187, and you appeared to embrace the per foot footage cost of $32 and $16 for the half rate. Did you study those items in particular, or are those numbers that came from the city?
Those numbers came from the city. All the numbers in this analysis came from the city. That's your plant records. I'm not going to use Fremont. I'm not going to use.
You didn't start from scratch, is my point.
No, I didn't start from scratch. I'm using the plant records provided by the city so that the results are specific to your situation.
Okay. So turning, for example, to Table 4, which was your validity test or your prove-in test for why 4 lots made sense. I'm curious as to the footage that was used here. You used 66 feet. Where did that number come from?
That's a fairly, I mean, if you look across the ordinances that were established by most other cities, that's basically a frontage distance that's fairly common in the ordinances established by other cities. Since you didn't have a 66, since you didn't have a footage established, that's the footage I chose.
Okay. What's the sensitivity in that table analysis if that number goes up?
If the number, yeah, if you use a higher frontage, it's going to change the payback somewhat. I would agree with. I mean, that would be my. I mean, without running the numbers and subject to check.
Extends the payout?
It would increase the marginal capital cost, and of course it would end up because by increasing the marginal capital cost, the NPV less the capital cost is going to decrease if you extend that.
Okay, so that was my expectation, and so to the extent that you use 66 feet, but our municipal code that the subcommittee or whatever we call ourselves was looking at in what we developed for option A and option B, we chose to use 75 feet as the midpoint of our UDC. I think Troy wanted to use initially or had used historically 100 feet rather than 66, which would be a significant change had you used that in your analysis versus 66.
I'm not sure I'd call it significant. I'd be a 66 versus 75 would be about 15% increase in the capital cost. And then I'll just say too, doing my quick math on the number of lots, if I increase the marginal capital cost by 15%, and I'm doing math on the fly here, so I think that'll take the marginal capital cost to about $22.50 roughly, $22.70 roughly. No, I'm sorry, 270. So it'd still be less than 2,100. So although it's a significant change, you would still have a payback with the 4-lot analysis. And I'm happy to run that analysis and verify my numbers, but I'm
not necessarily asking you to do that. I was just curious as to the effect on that table and the prove-in and the prove-in that was used here to show that
it would change the
what
table.
you studied
It would
works.
change the table and have to analyze it and determine if it's if the table's still valid.
Okay.
But based on my rough math, I think it would still be valid.
Are you aware that in some subdivisions of Fremont, for example, the Ritz Lake area, those folks paid for the entire line from their subdivision all the way to the sewer plant?
Was not aware of that, but I think you would note that in the ordinances I drafted it, which obviously didn't take into account certain things, but my recommendation was that this particular case would only apply if they bring it to your sewer line. And that there's adequate capacity in the sewer line to accommodate the loading. That's the way it was written. So have I read every development agreement, every sewer connection agreement you've drafted or had over the last 30 years? No. But again, I drafted the ordinance in a way, I'll defer to Mr. Newton here.
They did not run it all the way to the sewer plant. They just ran it to our line there on 27th Street. So.
Yeah, and I like I said, to make clear, this is drafted as if they're coming to your line, you don't have to expand the line. If that were the case, I mean, if they want you to build the line to them, that's going to be at their cost. If you have to expand a sewer main to accommodate the new customer, that's going to be at their cost as well. This is only in the case where you're bringing in customers, there's adequate capacity in the sewer main already to serve it. That's the way mine was drafted. I haven't seen B and C, but I understand B and C in some fashion incorporated my thoughts and added additional local thoughts that I wasn't privy to. So,
do you think, as a matter of general assumption, that subdivisions wish to get their sewage to the sewer plant, not just to the edge of their subdivision?
I think, and I think you're asking me to make. If I had my attorney here, he'd probably object to the form of the question, as I've been cross-examined many times in my life.
Well, there's been a lot of.
I will answer the question as such. I think if I was a developer and I had sewage being produced on my lots, I'd want it off my lots.
I would agree.
I mean, and I mean, that's.
So let me ask you this hypothetical.
But I'm just saying, you can't expect me to know what's in the mind of a developer. I think.
Well, I would generally agree that I think that everybody that buys a new property, new home, whatever, has the expectation that they're going to have their sewer run to the plant.
And I can tell you a funny story about that. I had a good friend of mine bought a house and did all the walkthroughs, everything worked just fine. And 2 days after after they closed, flushed the toilet, backs up. Bathtubs back up. Well, it turns out they hadn't connected the service to the sewer line. And during all the testing, he didn't realize it until the line was full. So I would guess that was his primary consideration, just wanted to get rid of that stuff.
I want to pose this hypothetical to you just to see what you think in this regard. So after reading your report, and I think we're in large agreement with regards to ratepayers shouldn't be subsidizing, people should be paying expense, et cetera. So this is my hypothetical. You have a street. Typically, the way these calculations work, that was a $32 two-side street relative to frontage. We cut the rate in half, and you've calculated some additional cost for actually what the embedded cost would be. I just want to focus on that footage cost in this example. So you have 4 lots on one side of the street, and they're owned either by individual property owners or 4 different developers. Okay? And on the other side of the street, you have 4 lots, and they're owned by 1 developer. So the way the code works, we would say for those 4 lots that are individual on one side, 100 feet times $16, they would pay $1,600 apiece to get on the city sewer system. And the 4 lots on the other side of the street would pay 0. Does that seem fair?
It's my understanding, though, that if each of those individual lots was developed individually, there would be 4 separate taps. That would be my, I mean, under the hypothetical, I think as you've presented it, each of them would be an individual tap.
My point is they aren't paying the $1,600. And then what we were discussing in the committee work that we did is that in some of the subdivisions in question, there might be 50, 100, 300, or 500 units actually tying into that particular item. And so to the extent that we would waive the 4-lot subdivision development on that 400-foot frontage that I just discussed with you on the builder side that's being waived, if that was spread across not 4 lots, but 50 lots, 100 lots, 300 lots, 500 lots, that incremental cost could be as little as $30 a lot to get the sewer all the way to the sewer plant. And that doesn't seem to be an intendable cost for the lots in that subdivision to get their sewer to the plant. Yet if we don't do that, we actually are leaving that cost on the table and the ratepayers pick it up in their general rate.
I disagree with the premise of your hypothetical, and this is why. First of all, again, going back to the way that's drafted, if the sewer main has adequate capacity, and they would, yes, they'd pay if they had 300 lots, and they build the sewer collection system in their subdivision, bring it to a main that has adequate capacity, yes, they would not pay anything to connect. I agree with that statement. As for getting it from the point where they interconnect to the sewer treatment plant, your statement was that they weren't paying anything to do that. I disagree with that premise because you have a sewer rate. Each of those 300 customers is going to pay a monthly charge of what's the rate up to now? $11, $12 a month. They're going to pay a volume charge based on January, February, March water usage, and that's what's paying to get it from the subdivision to the rest of the to the sewer plant. They're paying that just like every other residence in cities paying. Sure. And so they're not being subsidized. They're paying a rate that's just and reasonable that and it also recognizes too, they've paid for all of the sewer infrastructure within the subdivision to get it up to your standards, to get it to the main. Your existing ratepayers haven't paid anything extra for that main. In fact, they're getting revenue for a main that was sitting there, had excess capacity, and really wasn't doing anything. And those customers are paying to get it back to the sewer plant. That's my position. And that's the premise that I did the rate study on, or did this analysis on. We may have a fundamental disagreement in terms of what subsidization means. And I've done this in a manner that's consistent with utility practices, done it in a consistent manner consistent with rate policies that have been approved by state regulatory commissions, by boards of directors of utilities, by city councils. And if we have a fundamental disagreement on what subsidization means, we're not going to resolve that tonight.
Well, let me use a different term and go back to my example and see if this resonates with you. If the 4 lots on the one side of the street that aren't paying for their half of that street, in my example, that was 400 foot of line, and they're not contributing to that, but the other side is. The 400 feet on that side of the lot, a line that is not contributing anything, the cost of that line ultimately ends up in the city's infrastructure costs. And the people on the other side of the street that already paid for their frontage, as well as every other ratepayer in town, is going to pay some sort of incremental increase for the fact that you didn't collect the frontage costs on the developer side of the street. And in my terminology, I call that subsidization.
You're basically, it sounds like you are saying that, and this is a difference between actual cost and opportunity cost. You're saying you've lost the opportunity to collect it. And as I've said, you've got 4 individual interconnects. There's a cost associated with them. You're paying it. With regard to the 4 that are, as you say, not paying it, they're paying the ongoing cost. They're paying the capital cost. And if the question is, okay, I lost the opportunity to sell 4 individual connections, well, you also don't have any absolute certainty that you're going to get those 4 individual connections on the other side of the street. And if you're willing to forego the 4 lots of customer revenue, usage revenue, and the paying to use a line that has excess capacity and hasn't been used in the past, if you want to forego that revenue, that's a policy decision for you all. I think from a cost of service standpoint, I prepare this not based on opportunity costs. I prepare it on actual costs. I prepare it. And that's the way I ran the analysis.
Okay. So just to sum up, you didn't find any, in your study of other communities, you didn't find any 4-lot exceptions?
Oh,
exemptions?
None that specifically said 4 lots, but as I understand, and as I said, none that said specifically 4 lots. Okay. But there are examples in our conversations where multi-lot developments, maybe, and frankly, I think you have a superior policy here if you actually put a specific number of lots that you have to exceed, because then it doesn't become, well, I got 2 lots. It's like, and we know that the cost benefit doesn't justify it. So anyway, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. I apologize.
That's okay. I appreciate your coming to answer questions tonight, because I was one of those that wanted you to come in and deal with some questions in your study. So thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it greatly. I do want to end on the note that technically there weren't any findings of a 4-lot exemption like that legal has told us in legal opinion that 4-lot exemption is likely discriminatory, and I can't remember exactly words, and I'd be happy to pull them out. But regardless of that, that's why option C is a better option than option B. I am thankful that the other items that the committee worked on with regards to LB 840 recovery and the single-family cap fee and the 3-year payment plan and the voluntary annexation components, et cetera, which were meant to deal with things that we had been experiencing at the city level when people were walking out saying it's too costly to tie into city line and annex to the city, and we really would like them to annex. And so those things got restored, and I'm thankful for that. But I believe that option C is ultimately the right option to use to discontinue the waiver for the reasons that legal has stated. And so I'm in favor of option C.
Any other questions for staff or for Mr. Kratzky? Councilman Ellis?
Mr. Kratzky, I appreciate you coming and answering some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out which one's talking. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Could you give us an example of how some of the other communities facilitate the 4? I mean, you said nobody says 4, but how do the other?
Yeah, do you want to address that one? Because he specifically talked to those cities, and
Okay.
I think I'd prefer.
So we've had this discussion before. The ways you can pay for the stuff are basically infinite. You can, in the past, we've done rates. You can try to get a lot of it in the customer charge. A lot of communities go to what's called an impact fee, which is every single new user, sanitary sewer user, pays a fee to help contribute to future capital costs that would be used for like these extensions. What do most of them do? I don't think you can say most. I think it seems to be the larger that a community gets, in my opinion, the more they go towards the capital fees and the more they start to, and when I say capital fees, I'm saying you do exactly what you're doing now, except when you build a house now with a capital fee, we're gonna charge you another $1,700. I think in Omaha, the fee on a sanitary sewer now is up to about $2,200.
Every house that
Every
gets
house,
built?
and that's not to put the sewer in. It's a fee that you pay to allow you to hook up so that when that community has to expand their wastewater treatment plant, kind of like how we just did, you've kind of got a kitty ready to go that a bulk of that money is already accounted for.
So you're saying the larger the community is, the more they'll
It seems to me that that's the way that they do it.
Okay.
Not our size.
The three that we have specifically spoken to that do it this way were Columbus, Norfolk, and Hastings. And the other thing is like I told Keith, and I've told Brian a couple times, it's who you get on the phone. Quite honestly, if you called Fremont tomorrow and you asked what do we do, if you don't get Keith, Jody, or I, you're going to get the wrong answer. So I don't know how else to say that. You're going to get a sanitary guy who's going to tell you, I will tap you for $50, and that's what he charges to go out there.
Keith Contour, Water Wastewater Superintendent. So I contacted Norfolk, Columbus, and Hastings, and Troy is exactly right. It depends who you talk to. I talked to the water sewer operator in Norfolk. I talked to the Public Works Director in Columbus, and I talked to the attorney in Norfolk. And they all told me the same thing. We've got a problem just like you have. We don't have an ordinance. We don't have a policy. We've got a practice. We do the same thing that you guys do. We charge per linear foot of frontage, and then any development gets waived. They didn't give me a size of 4 lots, 6 lots, 8 lots, or 10 lots. Any development gets waived. They are very, very consistent with us. You know, I sat back in the back, and I don't want to say anything, but I have to point this out. I look at option B, and I look at option C. And both of them indicate that we're going to cap a 75-foot line at $1,200. If it costs me, and I'm looking at it because it's my budget, if it costs me $3,000 to put that line in, who's going to pay the rest of that if you're capping it at $1,600? Ratepayers or $1,200? I'm sorry. Ratepayers got to subsidize that. Either that or it's got to come out of my budget. I don't budget for that. So the only way we're going to subsidize that, and this is for the rest of the council to hear, is we have to raise the rates to pay for that sewer main that goes by there. You can't expect somebody not to pay their fair share. That's what I see when I sat in the back of the room and I listen to this. Somebody eventually has to pay for that frontage. You can't set a cap on a main that the city's putting in, or it's never gonna, you're just gonna go deeper and deeper and deeper in debt. You're never gonna pay for it. So that's my comments on B and C. My position, I back John. John's been doing our rate studies for us for years and years, and And we are where we are today because of a consultant that we use that uses facts and uses the numbers correctly. And that's why our rates are where they are. That's why they're low. You know, we're one of the lowest in the state. Maybe not the lowest, but we're one of the lowest in the state. I can't see why we're even having this discussion. We need to be able to cover our costs.
So Keith, you would say that you would be going with option A?
Yes.
Option A, okay.
Yes, that's what I would agree with. Just because, like I said, we can't cover the costs. If we put a maximum of $1,600 or $1,200 on a 100-foot lot, at 16 bucks a foot, that's $1,600. If we do that 10 times, that's $6,000 somebody's got to pay for. Or $4,000, I guess. I'm doing calculation in my head real quick. Someone's got to pay for that. Who's going to end up paying for that?
Do you see us as a city growing, moving more towards an Omaha or Lincoln, just kind of putting a fund or a charge over every house that gets connected?
I think that's probably the way that the trend's moving.
Okay.
Is you've got to have a if you want to say it, a capital fee or something, but you have to be able to cover your costs because costs of everything are not going down. Costs of everything are going up. You know, infrastructure. We can start talking about infrastructure all night long. We can be here till midnight or 1, but there's money that it costs to keep this stuff up. We've got pipes in the ground that are 100 years old. We've got sewer pipes in the ground that are 50, 60, 70 years old. That cost is going up. We have to be able to pay for that some way.
Okay, thank you.
You bet, thank you.
One last question for our legal. You made the comment, or Brad made a comment about your previous comment. Do you kind of still stand by that, or is that, where does our legal department weigh in?
I still stand by that. I don't see where, you know, just listening to this conversation, and that, let me put it this way, I think it's discriminatory to charge one and not the other. I do have a problem with that, but I would just say in general, this isn't necessarily a legal issue. I do a lot of development work, and we're not just paying for that line to be in front of the building, but there's also capital replacement that's going to be at the plant. There's going to be capital expansion of the plant. All those things have to be paid for. So if you don't have a capital facilities fee on your sewer, you're exactly right. There's no money there, so now you're paying it through a bunch of additional fees. So there really should be a capital facilities fee on these developments that come in so that you can. Now, I argue on the other side of this when I'm representing my developer, but your fees are ridiculously cheap here. I mean, I've been telling developers, come to Fremont. You cannot believe the rates of everything on your development stuff. But it just seems to me when that person comes in and does a 40-house development, there means there's going to be additional wear and tear on the capital facilities of your deal, or it needs to be expanded. They should be contributing to that expense.
Councilmember McLean.
Well, this discussion has been going on for some time, and I appreciate all of the input we've had. I think it's interesting. I just, you know, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but this all started really in June because we actually had a vote and 4 people voted to waive a fee to somebody who was not even a taxpayer in the city. So that kind of started the ball rolling. And then we have our legal, which I'm still not clear exactly if I heard you say it is or isn't discriminatory. I for sure heard you say that you think it's cheap, but discriminatory is another question, because if Columbus and Norfolk, then they're also discriminatory, I guess, if they're not charging a developer. And I personally lean toward this idea over time of moving to an impact fee. I just think this has gotten really kind of crazy off track. And again, while it's good to discuss these issues and have this dialogue, I don't think we want to penalize developers either, especially ones that are already in process. So I would like to see a future study about impact fees, because that does seem to be the trend and the direction to be moving. But in the meantime, I think we need to vote on one of these options tonight and try to move forward. And I would be in favor of A or B.
Just to be clear, I do think that it's discriminatory. I think that everybody, you are operating a enterprise in the fund essentially, and you are to charge customers in accordance with the cost of doing that and not trying to make a profit. That means that there should be some equal treatment across the board, and just because you're developing more lots shouldn't give you a ticket out of having to pay the fee. Now, going back to just because other cities do it, I hear people say we've been doing this for 50 years. That doesn't mean we've been doing it the right way for 50 years. And then finally, I believe this is on second reading, so you'd have to waive third reading if you wanted to pass something tonight.
And that's fine. I guess I was just saying move it along, not necessarily go to final reading. But when you use the term discriminatory, you're not talking, I just want to clarify, you're not talking about like illegal discrimination. You're just saying discriminatory in the sense that you don't feel everyone would be paying their fair share?
I'll discuss that with you after the meeting.
I find this interesting, so.
Councilmember Jacobus.
Just to clarify some of your comments, Councilmember McLean, this actually started at the end of February and early March, and we're going to be just short of a year. And the reason why it came to the hilt like it did, the waiver in reverse, is because it was a $4,500 fee. Essentially, that person wanted to tap into an existing line. And prior to that, in May of 2017, of which several members were seated then, there was a request of water and sewer connect to somebody outside of city limits, corporate city limits, and it was given for less than $350. So there was somewhat of a precedent on that, and then it went up to $4,500. So in lieu of passing it at $4,500 onto that individual, it was preempted to be waived, neither of which was the correct approach, which leads us to now, many months later, after you and Mr. Shaban and Councilman Yerger had gathered together to try to come up with some language. So we've been kicking the can down the road quite a little. I don't agree with giving anybody a waiver at all. I think that was actually prompted more because of you had a choice, either a waiver or $4,500 at that moment in time on that vote at the end of May or the first meeting in June. However, coming back to today, we will have an impact to that line, whether it's a brand new line being laid or an existing line, regardless if it's one or two individuals privately across the street paying to tap into their own line that's directly across the street, or for a subdivision. There's still going to be an impact on that line. We should all have to pay to play. So for that reason, I support C.
Councilmember Yerger.
I just would like to add a couple comments with regards to what I was listening to here, with regards to the recoupment of costs and part of this, as you know, certainly the way it started was just as has been discussed by a couple of other council members. But in the end, what the committee was looking at with regards to what I guess, Keith, you are concerned about in this, and that is, do we offer any kind of incentive to an individual person that wants to connect? Part of the rationale for doing anything like that was the fact that we were told at the beginning of our discussions that people were walking out the door, not paying the sewer charge because it was so high, and therefore we are not annexing them, some of these donut holes and peripheral locations, et cetera. So they don't pay any property taxes for us either, and so we don't get to collect from them. And we would like to entice them to connect, use city services, and be annexed into the city. And so that was sort of a trade that says, we know you can't afford it, so we'll put it on a time payment plan. We'll give you a small break as an incentive to do that over that payment plan, but you will agree to be annexed at the end of your term, 3-year term for making payments. And then the city gets to collect additional revenue through property taxes. So it's a little bit of a hiatus that gave those folks a little bit of relief. That's quite different, really, from saying I'm going to create a permanent waiver that if you own 4 lots or more, you're not going to have to contribute to those city costs. And as legal has indicated, that seems to be fairly discriminatory. And if we don't do the right things here, then the discussion is, this all befalls to the general ratepayer. And that's one of the things that concerns me. We need to try to make sure we're facilitating our applications, and probably other kinds of fees are the way to go, but we're not ready to do that yet. And so certainly not giving a 4-lot exemption is a way of recouping costs that otherwise get built into the general ratepayer expense. And we ought to try to avoid those as we migrate towards other kinds of cost functions for which they would pay. And in those circumstances, those lots will also have to pay, won't they? So if they do, taking that away now and moving in that direction seems to be good practice, and does a better job of helping migrate us to a point where everybody is paying a closer to the fair share, and we're still annexing property on these one-offs. This isn't a general kind of an application. These one-offs have to be annexed in, was a part of that plan in order to use that cap fee discount. They have to be annexed. And so there's no guarantee when we do subdivision development that those folks are going to annex. They're just going to get a break. They get a 4-lot break whether they annex or not. And that doesn't seem to be a fair treatment with regards to general ratepayer populace. And so that's the reason that I'm supporting option C, for all of those reasons, and for the fact that legal says it's discriminatory or indiscriminate as well. And so with that, I'll open back.
Councilman Ellis.
First of all, I appreciate all the work you guys have done in this thing for a long time, and it kind of made me feel good that Hastings, Columbus, and Norfolk are having the same problem. It looks like everyone is in the same boat, so it makes me not feel as bad. But if we're going to the future, and the future is probably a capital fee or an impact fee, I would recommend that we, first of all, I'm asking you, Troy, you said that earlier, that's something we probably really will evolve in sometime.
Sometime could be a long time.
Long time.
There's a lot of people that are going to be against a cap fee. It's a substantial increase in costs.
That cost is passed on to land when they purchase lots, right?
Absolutely. And that brings up, I think I've said this before, and I'll just say it again tonight. What we're going through right now is not typical Fremont. What we're going through right now with Sunridge and with Gallery 23 and with Morningside Crossing, Morningside Point, these are, 40, 100, 200 lot subdivisions. This policy has been in place, this practice has been in place for a long time, back to when your typical plats that come through in Fremont are actually not done that way. They're platted 8, 12, 20 at a time. And when you look at a 300 lot subdivision and you take a $12,000, I'll call it a connection fee that they have to tap into the main, yeah, 300 lots and $12,000 isn't a lot of money. But you take 12 lots and $12,000, which is the way it's typically done, that's a substantial amount of money to throw on another lot. And so I think the policy is not being proposed for what I'm going to call these mega subdivisions that we're doing right now. It is truly an incentive to a developer to put in multiple lots so that over time that ground fills in with homes. We get them on the tax rolls. We get to collect their sewer rates, and in the long run, we're better off than if a single house that was sitting there by itself decided to tap in, and over 15 years, we might collect $2,000 in sewer fees from him, but from 8 or 10 lots times 8 or 10, so we're looking at $150,000 over that same amount of time for waiving a $10,000 fee. It seems, to me, the benefit that the city gets from the developer installing that infrastructure and turning it over to the city to allow additional customers to connect outweighs the connection fee that we're losing. One of the reasons, I guess, if I stand up here long enough, you can probably talk me back and forth into believing everything you say, because I see what Brad says. Part of the reason, I guess, sitting in the committee that we had, that I was at least willing to look at a reduction in that 4,500 to the 1,200 is we are giving a break to the developers. I mean, there's an incentive there, and we're not collecting that fee from them. Part of the reason, I guess, for dropping the 1,200 was primarily the Utility and Infrastructure Board said that the $4,500 in the initial case that came up seemed to be excessive, and they wanted us to look at how do we offset that, or what can we do to do that. The policies that we were looking at were based off our water policy, which is similar to what we have here. When it started, it was based off our water policy where we cap an amount for a water customer the same way we're proposing here. So in my mind, I can justify lowering that individual connection fee because you're giving a break for multi-lots, and you're kind of giving a break for a single-family lot. If you're going to vote for C and not give the break to the developer, then I am actually in favor of A, where you don't give the break to the single lot either. You can't do one or the other, in my opinion. I guess that's where I'm at.
So these capital fees, you said, our attorney here said that they were pretty cheap compared to developing on Omaha. I mean, I'm not looking at a $10,000 or $20,000 capitalization fee on every lot, and I'm assuming it would be much smaller than that. But I think that if that's the future of where other cities are going, I think we ought to be looking at that as far as a way to help us build our capital fund for future projects.
And we internally have been looking at it. Honestly, when I started so my background is I did development engineering in Omaha for 20 years. I developed 70 subdivisions in Omaha. So this special assessment, general obligation and stuff, I understand this pretty well. When I walked in 2008, I was kind of shocked that Fremont didn't have a long-term capital or cap plan for sewer and for water. How do you pay off your long-term capital improvements like water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, upgrades, stuff like that? And I was basically told it's in the rates. You know, when we need it, we bond it, and then it goes in the rates. And that's the way it is now. And it seems like for maybe smaller communities, growing smaller communities, that's a great way to do it. But as you get larger, I think, and you're making those capital you're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars every year on just maintenance of lines. You're upgrading plants. You're constructing new plants. I think that's the point at which you need to start looking at maybe an impact fee. I don't know that Fremont's big enough for that yet, honestly. I will tell you there will be substantial pushback for that.
Well, I don't want to get the developers extremely mad at me. I mean, I think it's something we could be phasing in. We could have grandfather clauses in, but I think if that is the future, I think that's a good way for us to start moving.
And that's kind of what we were trying to doing with the last rate study, is to separate what's an ongoing cost due to usage of the system and what's a cost caused by being connected to the system, and how do you do that with a customer charge versus a rate charge. And we've been adjusting the customer charge now for probably 8 or 10 years now, and I think that's the correct way to go. We kind of been addressing some of the issues that way, but like with the last wastewater treatment plant upgrade we had, that was a rates issue.
Any other questions for Troy? Any comments from the public?
Gene Schultz, 2306 Gene Drive. I'm kind of lost in all this conversation, but the question that I have are houses that have been here for 20, 30, 40 years, are they paying the cost of a new developer, or how does that work out? That's just my question.
So this policy does not affect existing homes. If you have an existing line in front of you and you come in and you rip your house down and you put in a new house, that's not affected by this. What this is affected by is existing homes connecting to a line constructed by the city where there was no previous costs paid for connection to the sanitary sewer system. With the exception of the 4-lot exemption. It mainly deals with rural properties on the outside of town that have the extended front footage. Actually, in town, you would be paying even less than the $1,200 because I believe the policy says 16-foot times 75, or the lesser. 75 feet or less. So a lot of the lots in town that are less than 75 feet would actually pay less than the $1,200. They would pay. So if your lot is 78 feet, you pay 75 times the 16. If your lot is 60 feet, you pay 60 times the 16. Once it gets to the 75, then it's anything less than that is actual front footage. Anything over 75 caps at 75.
And how many requests do we get for this?
Last 10 years, I mean, we have the same people apply probably every other year. We've had three people apply every other year for the last 4-6 years. We've actually collected a connection fee from, I believe, 4 people since about 2008.
So it's not a policy that's
one
overly
every
used.
3 or 4 years.
Any other comments from the public?
Kelby Herman, Progressive Builders, 2210 Skyline Drive, Norfolk, Nebraska. I'm currently doing developments in Hastings and in Norfolk. There are no connection fees for my development onto the city sewer main. I pay for the infrastructure in the development, give it to the city, you use it and bill the customers for it. There's no additional charge for the homeowner to hook on. We put the stubs to the house. Hastings is the same way. We're doing about 50 lots in Hastings. No connection fee to the main in Hastings. No impact fee. We pay for the infrastructure, give it to you, so you can use it as a tool to bill future ratepayers.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Yeager.
Just one last comment with regards to the discussion we've had about nobody across the city pays. I agree that the cap fee that we instituted is for the rare exception and for those folks that walked away because they couldn't afford to pay, and we wanted to attract those folks and get them in and get them annexed and have them start paying property taxes. So that's the large reason for that, quote, exception, if you will, to be in there. It was for that purpose. The other thing that it was important, and what we're doing here, is that some of this infrastructure was built with LB 840 money. And it's quite important, I think, for us to restore those funds if we collect for that same line on a secondary and multiple occasion after that basis. When we collect those funds, it ought to be poured back into where those funds came from. And so that's what the two options there do. With regards to this discussion on whether or not waiving 4 lots is appropriate, we've been doing it forever. They're accustomed to it. I'm not sure that we should continue to do it for those reasons. I think we should try to make sure that we're at least starting to capture as much as we can in the coverage of infrastructure cost in the city. And this may not go far enough, as many council members have said, well, we ought to go someplace else that captures even more cost. Well, in the interim, we ought to try to collect as much cost as we can, and giving a waiver for 4 lots doesn't help us do that. It's not a monumental cost for us to do that, and to start migrating away from that seems to make sense to me on behalf of the ratepayers.
Councilman Legman.
So through this past hour and a half, question is, Troy, which one do you feel the most? Are you still with B, or now are you leaning toward A? And because the more I hear, sometimes I'm with A, sometimes with B, but I just want to know, you're the one that has to do all the work. You're the one that's going to be feet on the ground. I just like, which one do you feel the most comfortable with?
B is the most comfortable. It's the one I think we agreed to the policies. It's I think the one that is the best for everybody.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Legman?
Sorry.
I would take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Yerger?
Point of clarity, I guess, second reading with regards to what? We're moving 3 possibilities to third reading, or we're narrowing what we're doing? What's the second reading that we're asking to move on?
Right now, unless someone makes a motion to go one way or the other, you're taking all 3.
Well, then I would certainly make a motion that we narrow the gap to option B and C with regards to moving it on to third reading, because the bone of contention here seems to be the 4-lot exemption. And at least if we narrow the scope for third reading to those 2 things, we've made progress. And I'd make that motion.
Councilman Legman?
No, I had something else, so go ahead.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Lakeben? Lakeben?
Yes.
Yes. Jacobus?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Yeager?
Yes.
Bechtel?
No.
Coons?
Yes.
Ellis? And McLean?
Yes.
Council shows 7-1. Mayor?
Moving on, item 25. Mayor Getchman item, ordinance 55. We need to do the reading. Yeah. Been at it so long. Drive safe, sir.
Mayor, can I just say something real quick?
Yes.
If you don't mind, I just wanted to thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I felt that was believe it or not, I felt that was a really productive discussion. I do appreciate the respectfulness I think that you all showed. I've been in this exact kind of conversation before where the person asking me the questions was screaming them. So I do appreciate that this conversation was very civil, and if you need anything further from me, Brian, I'm sure will be in touch with me. So thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
expertise.
Now we'll have second reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Chapter 3, Article 2, Sections 3-230 of Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing when the fees are effective, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect.
There'll be one more reading on the 28th. Item 25, Mayor Getchman item, ordinance 5519 pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate, a portion of Lot 4 of the Nelson Business Park owned by City of Fremont, Nebraska to Del Peterson and Associates, a Nebraska corporation pursuant to Nebraska law. This is the final reading. We'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This is third and final reading. This offer is for $160,000. This is the last lot in the Nelson Business Park. And the applicant is here again.
Any questions for staff or for the applicant? Councilman Yerger?
I just have a couple of brief questions. I apologize that we didn't catch this, or I didn't catch this, and should have asked these questions before final reading, but the purchase agreement at the bottom of, I think it's the second page, indicates a expiration date of 12/20/2019 at 5 p.m. I'm wondering if that expiration date needs to be modified in any way, or it's okay as is relative to the action that we're taking tonight. And in addition to that, that specific sentence just appears to be an acknowledgement of a signed copy of the offer to purchase. It doesn't appear anywhere in our packet that there actually was an acceptance document or acceptance of the offer to purchase, etc. And I would think perhaps we need that for execution purposes. I'm not 100% sure. I'm deferring to legal. And should the dates then reflect the acceptance letter rather than the offer to purchase, I guess is kind of in a nutshell what I'm asking.
Give me just a second. I was reading a case on discrimination.
The other thing while you're doing that, I just add is the resolution references the purchase agreement as being attached as Exhibit A, and I'm wondering if that's this 12/5 offer document, or if it would be the acceptance letter, which doesn't seem to be here, and whatever dates that might have occurred. I'm sure these have all happened. I'm just wondering which documents need to be in the record to formalize the resolution that we're taking up and approving, just to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row.
I think we'll have to amend, or we'll have to ask the applicant to sign a new purchase agreement with a later date. We don't sign it as acceptance until City Council takes action.
Yeah, I would say in the future, what we should probably put a provision in there. Am I on?
No.
No.
We should put a provision in here that we're signing the purchase agreement subject to approval of the council, and then we don't have to worry about those dates. But I would go ahead and amend that purchase agreement to change that date on there.
And can we do that just by action right now?
Yes.
I would take a motion to amend the purchase agreement to today's date, which would be 1/14/2020. Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'll make the motion, make the amendment to amend the purchase date to the date stated.
Let's make it 1/15/2020 because the offer states 5 p.m. and we just went past 5 p.m. Way past. So, please, so 5 p.m. on the 15th of January 2020.
That is correct.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that amendment.
Cast your votes.
McLean? Ellis? Kuhns? Bechtel? Yeager? Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? Lakeman? Shows 8-0, Mayor.
This time, we'll hold final reading.
Okay. Oh, I'm on time. 1 second. Okay.
Yeah. So we have the amended. I take a motion to approve the amended ordinance 5519. Councilman Yerger.
I make a motion to approve the amended ordinance 5519.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Okay. Bechtel? Coons?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
McLean? Yeager?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? And Lickman.
Yes.
Mayor shows 8-0.
Now we'll hold final reading.
Okay. An ordinance pertaining to sale and the conveyance of the real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Dale Peterson and Associates, Inc. in Nebraska Corporation pursuant of to Nebraska law.
Final reading's been held. Cast your votes.
Final reading, I have Lakeman.
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Yeager?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Coons?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
And McLean. Shows 8-0 for the final reading.
Moving on to item 26. Councilmember Jacobus' item, discussion and motion to reconsider and revise Resolution 2019-229 of the City Council of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, passed November 12, 2019, approving a conditional use permit for 4 triplex dwelling units on property generally located at Linden and Kay Streets. The first thing that has to happen, since this is a passed resolution, it's being brought back for reconsideration by Councilmember Jacobus. I would need a motion to reconsider. Councilmember Jacobus?
Prior to the reconsideration, I just want to state publicly that this is in no way intended to diminish the outstanding and very charitable services CareCore and Lighthouse do offer to the residents of Fremont, and that this request for consideration centers around whether notices and procedure matters were handled appropriately and fairly and with the requisite transparency required to obtain approval of this permit, and whether or not the council adequately considered appropriate restrictions and conditions that will facilitate student safety for the adjacent public school, as well as compatible use of the property in the surrounding neighborhood. And that said, it's my understanding tonight that there's members of the public and those in the surrounding neighborhood to dispute some of the disclosure statements, which include the letters that were sent out by the Planning Commission and by City Clerk, and whether or not these letters were even received, and whether adequate safeguards and conditions were imposed by the council in granting this permit. So to this end, I ask that the council take up reconsideration of this permit to ensure that the council acted appropriately, assuring parents and surrounding property owners their concerns were adequately heard, and that appropriate conditions or safeguards were considered during the approval process and granting of this conditional permit. And I originally did vote in favor of this permit, but in retrospect, I believe there are some conditions that should have been discussed and imposed that were not. I ask the council to approve my request for reconsideration based on all of the above, and so that we can discuss and debate and appropriately address any issues that are outlined. And again, this is in no way meant to intend to denigrate or cause any discord for CareCore / Lifehouse, because it is a very vital service that we have within our community.
So did you make a motion to reconsider?
Therefore, I will make a motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Is there a second? Councilman Yeager?
I'll make that motion to reconsider, or second that, I mean.
Cast your votes to reconsider Resolution 2019-229. 2019-229.
Lakeman? Lakeman?
No.
No. Jensen?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
McLean? Coons?
No.
Yeager?
Yes.
And Jacobus?
Yes.
6-2. Mayor?
This time I'll turn it to Councilmember Jacobus.
We did not have the application in front of us. Neither did the Planning Commission. In listening to the minutes on the audio, there's no questions asked at the Planning Commission. Rory Bowen did recuse himself. However, we also didn't have the input from the neighborhood because the belief from several individuals, and I did get some contact back. The list that was contained has individuals that have stated they have not received a letter, not from the Planning Commission notice meeting, nor from the City Council notice. And that said, when you read the letters, which I believe you, can you all let me know, if you have not gotten the letter, have not read it, it does not mention the actual intent or the end user. And as of this last week, the purchaser of the property is CareCore Lifehouse. It was published in the paper. The letters themselves did not state factually what the purpose or the intent of this is. It is multifamily, and I guess perhaps that conversation needs to be held now. I would not be in favor of moving a halfway house-style living to the interior of a neighborhood and having it next to a grade school. However, it's a whole different flavor if it could be clearly stated that this is basically for giving families a leg up. A little personal history, probably TMI. I was a welfare, food stamp, ADC parent that was fortunate to get a scholarship to go to college. I know what it's like to live in subsidized housing. It's very humbling. And if that's what we're doing here, then I would be supportive of it. But if it isn't, then we need to lend more discussion. I know how hard it is to have employment and have children in daycare and be a single parent because of a crappy divorce. So that said, I guess we need to have that disclosure and we need to have that discussion. I am not in favor of putting what we have on Broad and Military in the interior next to a grade school, even though that's a service we need in this community. I'm not in favor of burying that. But I would say that I believe that the notices were not proper and that they didn't disclose the proper intent, nor did any of the paperwork presented to the Planning Commission or us, with the exception of the word Lifehouse. And I apologize, I got chastised by an anonymous letter of a resident of Ward 2 who chastised me because I didn't know Lifehouse was CareCore. So I apologize. I recognize you as CareCore and Lifehouse. I had no clue, so I apologize to that because I didn't take the time to investigate it. That said, I would open the floor to others who have comments.
Mayor, I reviewed the notices, both what was complied with state statute as well as the letters that were sent out, and it more than adequately gave the notice. In fact, I'm concerned that if you proceed in this matter, that we would have to give voluminous notices of people's uses every time that there is a zoning matter. If the notices that were sent within the radius that is required would have to include more language than it was. It told the hearing dates, it told that there was an application for a conditional use permit. It puts the impetus on the resident in that area then to become further informed. Outside of that, I think we're going to be in a position where we're going to have to include every type of use, saying who those owners are. It's probably a violation of the Fair Housing Act because it would appear that you're discriminating in that regard, and that is illegal. Your notices were more than adequate. There is no legal problem there whatsoever.
Councilmember McLean?
So I guess the reason I voted for this reconsideration was because after I've been preempted by legal here, but after I did review the email with the notices, I did feel it was, you wouldn't have known necessarily what, there was no reference to Lifehouse that I could see on the notice. Maybe that's not required. It looked just like a developer, and perhaps, again, you're talking about something that gets into an area that I don't want to get into, but that was why reviewed it. I did have some contact from some people in that area who felt that they were not properly given notice and opportunity to learn more and be involved, so.
Councilman Coons?
I'd like to back up just a little bit for clarification on what you just relayed to us. Can you be a little bit more in depth when you mentioned discrimination? I have some concerns with that. Can you explain to me exactly how you're looking at that?
So as long as the applicant is complying with the conditional use permit and you guys approve the conditional use permit, it is available and proper zoning and all of those things apply. To then come in and say, but we're not going to do it because of who the owner is or how you're going to use it, outside of the fact that it's already compliant with your zoning code, you're looking at a discrimination issue, which the town of Walt Hill is looking at that, and it's facing about $1.5 million lawsuit because they felt that this church was a fringe church and they discriminated with them in regard to their location in their town. That's not a lawsuit I want to defend.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification because this is something that I've been struggling with since, we got a couple emails and such. When I first got on the council several years ago, I had to try and get a grasp for exactly what zoning meant. And I understand why there's a need for zoning. You want to have industrial areas, you want to have residential areas, you want to have commercial areas, but at some point, different zoning are going to butt up against other ones. And so sometimes, just as you mentioned, if they're meeting all the requirements and we deny it, I was looking at it more of, with what they want to do with this as more, we don't, it seems like since I've been on, every development that has come forth to this council, there's been pushback by people who say, we're not opposed to this, but we just don't think this is the right place for it. To me, I appreciate your discrimination disclosure, because to me, when that is said, I correlate that with segregation. We don't want those people in our neighborhood. We claim that racism is dead. I grew up in the 50s and 60s. I watched the civil rights movement. And I do believe that most of us are opposed to racism. But at some point, I believe that perhaps we're accepting of segregation. And I think that's what this is. I applaud what we're trying to do here. It's a church that's trying to reach out to people who have needs and are trying to get on the right path. I would have no problem living next door to that philosophy. I sometimes wonder, if Father Flanagan were still alive and wanted to build a halfway house for problem boys in that area, would we be opposed to Father Flanagan? I just can't. I cannot allow myself to be a part of that segregation and discrimination. And I think we need to move forward this, and I appreciate what they're doing.
Councilman Yerger.
My first comments, I guess, I would direct back to City Attorney in regard to the letters that went out, because I think you indicated, well, we might be going down a rabbit hole as to how much detail we might have to pour into these letters, et cetera. I want to suggest to you that maybe the addition of 5 or 6 words in the second paragraph of the letter might have sufficed to be more informative. If it had said, Chris Larson of Meisner Development, on behalf of Lighthouse, for example, for a conditional use permit to construct multifamily fourplex units, would have been much more informative than what was stated for the public, because they don't know who Chris Larson Meisner development is, and there was no discussion at the time that those were going to be multifamily triplex units unless the general public is familiar with Fremont Municipal Code and the reason that you'd get a conditional use permit. I would liken that to the footnote that's in state statute. I'm sure you're familiar with the general logic, but 84-14-11 has a footnote in it that says, an agenda that has merely stated work order reports was deemed to be inadequate notice under this section because it didn't give interested persons knowledge of the plans with regards to a transmission line, et cetera. And so it seems to me the insertion of those few words, as I just suggested, would have been much more informative to the public. They may or may not have come to speak on it at the Planning Commission or not, but unless they actually looked at the packet material that was attached to the Planning Commission meeting, there was no way that the public would have known who the real builder here is. I mean, this might be the development company, but Lifehouse is the one that bought the property and is going to have the houses, and disclosure of that seemed to make sense to me. The other thing that I guess I would point out, I don't see this as being a use in the context of whether or not it's some sort of discrimination in that context. I see this as one of those where did the council do its due diligence with regards to use as it pertains to the proximity to the school and to other multifamily units that are already in the area? And did we adequately take into account Municipal Code 11-316-05D when we were considering the conditions for approval? Because our municipal code specifically says that there are conditions that can be put on, and the only condition that was put on here was passage of a future ordinance relative to distance spacing. That was appended, and it wasn't even something that we had passed prior to the time this conditional use permit was passed. But I just want to point out there are a few things in the list of items that might be included for consideration that we didn't discuss. And there's a list of 10 things in city code, but I'm only going to point out a couple that we really didn't ferret out very well, it seems to me. One of them is limitations on the related use activities. It's not against the organization, but what kind of use activities might go on there is in the list of Fremont Municipal Code items that you might want to at least talk about relative to proximity to schools and other facilities, et cetera. Number 7 in that list is, and we didn't really talk about that much either, was parking and loading and circulation. Well, we're next to a school, and we're next to an apartment complex. They all need parking, et cetera, and we didn't discuss whether or not there should be any conditions relative to that to bring all of those facilities, buildings, and personnel and we didn't talk about it in the sense of putting anything into a conditional use requirement with regards to what would we do if there were parking conditions that became untenable after all of this went into effect. Now, we could have talked about it in that vein, we didn't. We didn't talk about number 9, which is standards and assurances regarding the maintenance of the property. And that might be an issue of depending on how that property would look and be cared for relative to the area. There again, has nothing to do with who you necessarily, for Lighthouse, it's a matter of how is that property used and maintained. And we could have put standards in there for that, and quite honestly, I think we were remiss for not having had some discussion and considering putting some of those things in. One of the things that's even more important to me is, well, what if Lighthouse chooses to sell this property after all of this gets built for whatever reason? And the new purchaser gets the same privileges of the conditional use permit as long as it's running, is my understanding. But suppose that their concepts of what they want to put into those buildings are vastly different than Lighthouse. If we don't have some of these conditions in here with regards to at least parking, some use activities or standards regarding maintenance of property, buffering, or any of those kinds of things, then we're tying ourselves for the future as well as to how that would go downstream. And I'd be much more comfortable if we had some of those conditions built in besides passage of 5507 that says, well, if we transfer this property in the future, or if you violate other conditions that we might append, the council is at least going to reconsider that upon sale. Those kinds of conditions. And I think those are reasonable, and they're expectations that the council should have had. I think some of these go to comforts that the public could or should have been able to get or discuss with us before we finalized all this. And so I'm hopeful if people are here tonight from the area, and I don't know if the school's going to be represented here tonight, that we can re-talk about some of those things that are actually in our Fremont Municipal Code that we could have appended as conditions, and many of them are not particularly onerous. They're just valuable conditions. They're kind of safeguards for the builder or the owner of the property as much as they are the city. And so putting those things in there gives some peace of mind to everybody in the surrounding area, and I'm hopeful that we can consider some of those tonight.
Councilman Jensen?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding legal's position perfectly clear. We have people here from Lighthouse tonight. I'm pretty sure we have people here from the neighborhood tonight. Are you saying to go forward now and let them speak would put us on thin ice?
I'm not saying that at all. And going back to those different situations as far as parking and other things, I don't think that you have to openly talk about those things to still be able to have considered them when you made your vote. So, no. So, I guess from that circumstance, if I understand right, there's a vote to reconsider. There isn't a vote to open a public hearing on this again, if I understand. You guys are bringing that back up. And what I would suggest from a council standpoint is if you're going to open it up for public hearing, that we listen more than we talk, and we better have a very good reason why we're going to deny the application based on those provisions within our code, because after already passing it and then coming back, that's going to look very suspect.
I know that a building permit's been issued for this project. Does that have any bearing on where we sit?
I'd have to think through that. I don't know the answer to that. Because you are taking it subject to some extent the fact that you can do a reconsideration, and that is, I'd have to think through that a little bit. I'd hate to just give you an answer off the cuff on that, but that does raise concern.
Councilman Bechtel.
Yes, if possible, I think that the applicant is really wanting to talk maybe, and so I'm wondering if we could maybe have them come up and address some of the things. What I'm interested in, notification aside, is the functions of the house and what the accountability looks like within that. So if possible, I would like to have the applicant come up and talk, if we could do that.
To open it up to the public, do we need to take a vote on that, or, I would say if we open it up, period. So I would take a motion to open up for public comment. Councilmember Jacobus?
I'd make a motion to open this discussion up for public comment.
Second? Councilman Bechtel?
I would second that.
Cast your votes.
McLean? Yes. Ellis? Yes. Kuhns? Yes. Bechtel?
Yes.
Uger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
And Lickman?
Yes.
Council shows 8-0.
This time we'll have comments from the applicant first, and then we'll open it up to public.
Hello, My name is Tara Kuchera. My address is 10205 North 152nd Avenue in Bennington, and I am the CEO of CareCore's Lifehouse. So I think, first of all, there's been some misconception about what the project actually is. So I want to just address some of your concerns, Councilmember Jacobus. Number one, it is not a halfway house. It is not an addition to our shelter program. It is housing for low-income families. The end, period. The difference between any other low-income housing project and our project is that we will provide wraparound services, which include case management, connection to mental health and physical health services, all of the things that a family may need resources provided to move them up and out of poverty. The housing project will be available to anyone in the community that has an income of 0 up to 30% of the area median income. We applied for this project, and I actually have a timeline that I would like to kind of go over with you guys and talk a little bit about the conversation that I had today with our representative from HUD. So first off, I want to talk about a little bit about some confusion maybe that I have in regards to the agenda item. Councilmember Jacobus, you put on that notifications are intended to be informative, and you guys all know what that says. I'm curious as to are the other projects that received a conditional use permit required the same?
I will answer that with that we typically get an application.
You can't answer.
Sorry.
You just need to listen.
Okay. And then specifically to the criteria, purpose, and consideration, given the proximity to the school. This project is for families with children under the age of 18. Many of the barriers families face is transportation to school. So this will be a great opportunity for families to be able to walk their children to school. It'll be right there. I also want to point out that the superintendent of the schools, Mark Shepard, is on our board. He approved us to write this grant. He also approved for us to purchase the property at the Linden property. The school, I don't want to talk on behalf of the school, but all school systems will serve children in their district, regardless of income, racial status, any of the protected classes. They're going to serve those children. This project is, again, specifically for families. My understanding is that the notification the city sent out went above the required 300-foot radius and had the exact same language as the notification that the city sent out in regards to the other two projects that received the conditional use permit. So I'm really not clear as to why our project is being brought back and reconsidered when the same notification went out. And I also wonder where the other projects requested to do some of these same things in proximity to the schools that are in their areas. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about our timeline. So in September of 2018, we started work on our grant. We made contact with Mesner Development about late September. In October 22nd of 2018, Colin Larson from the Fremont Tribune wrote an article titled "CareCore Seeks $4 Million Low-Income Housing Grant." And then it talks about how CareCore Inc. will hold a public meeting next week to discuss the organization's grant application for up to $4 million in funds for a proposed low-income housing project in Fremont. So the public meeting was scheduled for October 29th at 6 p.m. at Health Park Plaza. No one attended the meeting. He also talked in the article about if we are awarded that our nonprofit would be used to complete that project, and it would be known as Lifehouse Apartments. Sorry. October 23rd, the notice of the public meeting was published in the Fremont Tribune. October 29th, the public meeting was held. Again, no one attended. We submitted our grant October 31st. We were awarded on February 6th. And as I said last time, we were awarded just over $2.8 million, which was the largest grant that the Department of Economic Development has ever awarded to a project like this. They were very inspired by the thought that this project would have those wraparound services and it wouldn't just be a roof over someone's head. On February 9th, 2019, the community was first notified about the grant. Again, Colin Larson wrote an article titled CareCorps Receives $2.8 million for Low-Income Housing. It appeared on the front page of the Fremont Tribune. It was actually the whole entire front page. It also said that we would receive, Lifehouse, formerly CareCorps and Low Income Ministry, received a grant for more than $2.8 million to create 15 low-income rental units by February 2021. It goes on to talk about that these housing trust funds, which I want to address with your comment about what happens if we want to sell the property or whatnot. Housing trust funds require a 30-year affordability period, and in our contract with the Presbyterian Church, we agreed that if for any reason we needed to sell the property, they would have first option to buy that property back, but it still would be required to have the same federal requirements of a 30-year affordability period for low-income housing. The article went on to quote me saying that the trust funds will provide safe, effective, and affordable housing for 15 families in Fremont. It's an opportunity for us to provide a path to stability, allowing families to work with a housing stability case manager to overcome barriers and ultimately begin their journey of self-sufficiency. You can read the article online. I won't continue quoting it. In March of 2019, the Presbyterian Church approached us in regards to selling us their property. March 14th, we had our annual event, which was the night before the flood. That's why I remember it so vividly. October 7th, the city required the following information as part of our application. Nowhere on there did it ask for use or who was going to own it or what type of people would be living in those properties. Sorry. October 10th, the city sent letters to property owners regarding our request for the conditional use permit. Our agency sent postcards to property owners within an 800-foot radius of the church property. Our postcards invited property owners to come and talk with us, ask questions regarding our project. October 17th, we held our meet and greet at the Presbyterian Church. 6 individuals did attend that meet and greet. They asked questions. They did tell us they received their notification, and they were in support of the project. The October 21st was a planning meeting, then November 12th was a city council meeting, which the conditional use permit was approved 7-1, like you said earlier. Then afterwards, we received a notification that an email letter had been sent in regards to our project with some concerns. We reached out to that constituent and had them come in and visit with us. We answered all of the questions that they had. Unfortunately, at the end of that meeting, they did not support our project because they felt that the area was already clustered with low-income individuals that have problems that require case management. And then I will skip December 10th. I do want to point out that Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, commonly referred to as the Fair Housing Act, prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, and sex. In 1988, the Fair Housing Amendment Act expanded coverage to prohibit discrimination based on disability, familial status. Fair housing laws protect the right of each home seeker to equal opportunity in the sale, rental, leasing, financing, and ensuring the advertisement of housing. Excuse me. In addition, the city has a policy, declaration of policy at section 13101 that states it is a policy of the city of Fremont in keeping with the laws of the United States of America and the spirit of the Constitution of the state of Nebraska to promote through fair, orderly, and lawful procedures the opportunity for each person so desiring to obtain housing of such person's choice in the jurisdiction without regard to race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, or disability, and to that end, to prohibit discrimination in housing by any means. Excuse me, by any persons. Sorry. I also wanted to point out that, again, like I said earlier, I did have conversations with our representative from HUD, and a few examples prohibited. Some examples of prohibited activities under the Fair Housing Act are a municipality may not reject a proposed affordable housing development in response to neighbors' fears that such housing will be occupied by a member of a protected class. In our specific case, these are families with children, those receiving government benefits, and those with the mental or physical disability or any other protected class. A municipality may not require neighborhood notifications or public hearing only for the development of affordable housing, but not other types of residential development, which may be the case this evening in bringing our resolution back to reconsideration and not the other projects. Our representative at HUD, after our conversation, she informed me that the actions that the council takes this evening will determine the actions that I am required by law to take tomorrow. And that is, I am required by federal law, because I receive federal funding for housing, to report to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, as well as the Department of Justice, any potential violations of the Fair Housing Act.
Any questions? Thank you. Councilmember Jacobus?
Well, I was going to state it wasn't just for lack of notice, which people said they didn't get postcards, they didn't get the letters, they didn't feel they were noticed. And also because legal had said prior, we should not ever have a condition that's ill-defined or undefined, as we did with 5507. So in that vein, I'd like to at least have received in the letter my suggested what we should do for conditions, which has nothing to do with disabilities such as alcoholism, narcotics, etc., single parent, whatever. I could care less. We've got much family that has issues of concern, but we also have mixed races in our family, so that absolutely has no room for it here. That said, I don't believe there's an intent of anybody to revisit for any kind of discriminatory status, rather to set additional conditions if we may, because the condition we set was conditioned on 5507, which was ill-defined and undefined, nor had it passed yet, and we are actually chastised by legal for doing so. So in that vein, coupled with lack of notice, that's why it's being brought tonight. However, I would like to have I'd like to make a motion to receive this document. It's just my suggestion of some of the conditions. So I make that motion to receive this.
I would take a motion to receive. Councilman Eurer?
I thought you made the motion to receive. I was just going to second. Otherwise, I'll make the motion to receive. Doesn't matter. Then I'll second.
Cast your votes.
McLean? Oh.
Go ahead.
McLean? Ellis? Kuhns? Bechtel? Yerger?
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus?
Yes.
Lakeman?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Mayor shows 8-0.
Any other comments from the public?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. I have information here from the state statutes about what is required for notification that I would like to pass out because I think it's important to know what is required of me under state statute.
Okay. Councilman Jensen?
I will make the motion to receive.
I think I'm up. I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Yerger? Yes. Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? Yes. Lakeman?
Yes.
McLean? Yes. Ellis? Yes. Kuhns?
Yes.
Bechtel? Council, and it shows 8-0.
So first of all, I want to point out that we go above and beyond in our notice for public hearings on planning actions. Section 19904 of the state statutes simply requires that the notification of the time and place of a public hearing related to a proposed zoning action be printed in a newspaper of general circulation in the community. It doesn't say we have to say who the applicant is, what the application is for, simply that it's for a public hearing. Section 19905, I've attached those sections and I redlined the areas so you could find it easily. Says that in addition to the newspaper notice, a sign will be posted on or near the property, which is 18 by 24 inches in size on a yellow or white background. The notice simply says, notice of public hearing, zoning action on this property, and it provides our phone number. Again, it doesn't even have to be on the property, it has to be on or near the property. We post the sign along with the newspaper circulation 10 days prior to the public hearing. Finally, in lieu of the notice, we can send letters to property owners or occupants within 300 feet that again notifies of a public hearing 10 days prior to the public hearing. Again, it's notice of a public hearing, not the specifics of the action. In our letters, we did state that it was a conditional use permit, that it was for multifamily housing. We sent the letters out within 350 feet. We notified the letter and we posted a sign. We always try and do all three of those items. Only two are required by state law. I just wanted to clarify that because if these items come up in the future, I want you to be assured that we are following state statutes in terms of our requirements for public notification.
Thank you. Councilman Yerger?
So I'm not clear as to our procedure. I know we can't have direct dialogue. Do we get to ask questions of staff in this regard, or we're just listening to all of these as a member of public comment?
Well, as public comment, which is where we're at, I think we can probably ask questions when it comes back to council comment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment?
Kelby Herman, Progressive Builders, contractor of the project, work with Mesner Development, 2210 Skyline Drive, Norfolk, Nebraska. How do we, in these proposed conditional uses, who determines that the tenants are compatible with the neighborhood? How do you determine if a tenant is compatible with a neighborhood? Is there a test that they have to fill out? Do we have to look at them, talk to them? How do you measure if a tenant is compatible with a neighborhood? I can understand a requirement the fence needs to be 6 foot tall. We can take a tape measure and measure a fence. If the grass is knee-high, that is a violation. But how do we determine if a tenant is compatible with the neighborhood? And that particular statement there seems very discriminatory to me. You can't put a condition on a tenant. I mean, the planning commission, zoning people, you vote based upon whether it meets the comprehensive plan and whether it meets the zoning requirements in the neighborhood. We don't decide if a tenant is going to be compatible. So in the Ritz Lake development, how do we determine who's compatible out there? Do we measure their income? So are we measuring their income here, or what are we doing to determine if they're compatible with the neighborhood? Landscaping, and all of these, there was a Lund project with 44 units that was passed in a similar time frame to this project. Are these conditions, depending on how close they are to a school, being placed on that project? And again, why isn't that project here being discussed? The same notice procedure was utilized for that project that is being utilized for the Lifehouse project. So if there's a notice issue, it would be on all projects because the city is responsible for sending the notices, and I'm assuming they use a draft letter. So the room should be full of contractors and people that are working on projects, because if it's based upon notices, then everybody did it wrong. How are you going to determine maintaining property and grounds? Do they have to water their yard every week, once a week? How do you measure that as a governing body? You can't put restrictions on something that you can't measure. That's ridiculous. It's overreach. The sale or transfer, she addressed that. It's a HUD project. They have inspections at least annually, maybe more often than that. So that is just number 4. You don't know what you're asking for because you don't understand the project and you didn't ask. So that's ridiculous. Violations of these conditional terms will necessitate a hearing and the reapproval of the conditional use permit. Do we have that on all conditional use permits? That if there's a violation, that it comes back to the city council? Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Any other comments? The public comment is 4 minutes.
I hope that would be equally applied to everybody, Your Honor. My name is Michael Wiseman. I live at 1401 North Nye Avenue in Fremont, Nebraska. I've heard the comments of the Lifehouse people, and I echo everybody else. The project is worthwhile. I would like to see examples of this type of project, how it has worked in other communities where you have the 0 income to 30% of median area income. This is the people that are coming out of abject poverty, and there are concerns, and it is not a matter of discrimination. We have not just a school, but we also have 4 places of public assembly within a block or 2 blocks of the proposed location. And I was given a timeline, which I don't really have any problem with, but I have the article from February 9th, 2019 that announced the Lifehouse project. And part of that says in February 9th, 2019, Lifehouse has yet to determine specific properties or lots for the project, but it is currently working with multiple agencies in locating potential properties to renovate or rebuild to serve the community. According to the information released by Lifehouse, the project will consist of rehabilitating small multifamily units. In the event the existing structures are not suitable for rehabilitation, the site will be cleared and new multifamily units will be constructed on the lots. I generally believe what I read in the paper, and I think that that was the attitude and that was the concept for which this project was proposed. Nowhere have I seen a public acknowledgement that now, because the church has a piece of property that they want to sell, we can consolidate the worthwhile project into compressed units of high density. Now, this is the right project, but the wrong location, and it doesn't have, it's not discriminatory. The letter that granted the funds was subject to tenant selection process, sample lease agreements, and so forth. One of the main things that promoted this project was the ability for case management. But the same Fair Housing Act that's been referred to said, and the Housing Trust Fund specifically states that you cannot require as a condition of occupancy when you're using housing trust funds, you cannot require as a condition of occupancy that people mandatorily attend case management, physical health, those things that would help them pull themselves out of poverty. It's in the law, in the lease. You can't require it. The other thing is, the difference is, if a person is on probation, if a person is a member of drug court, if a person is getting other help as a part of a court system, they can be compelled to do those things. But the difference here in this project is you can offer the services, but under the law, you can't require compliance with them. The other thing about the Fair Housing Act is that there are protected people who can ask for reasonable accommodations if they have a disability. Those people who are protected include people who are chronic alcoholics. And the example of that is a person who is a chronic alcoholic, and it's been decided by the courts, can wander around the premises in a state of wanton intoxication, but unless that person is a direct threat to himself or others, that person cannot be controlled, or his activities cannot be controlled. Secondly,
I have to ask you to wrap it up.
You didn't tell her to only speak 4 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
She's the applicant.
Well, the other thing is mental illnesses are also subject to preferred treatment, or not preferred treatment, but they can be discriminated against insofar as there have to be accommodations made for them. And we have 4 public assembly areas within this location, and this project cannot control them. It can police them, but it can't control them.
Please wrap it up.
Thank you.
No, but someone else on your board can. You have 4 minutes.
All right. I'm Marty Crone. I live at 2550 Idaho here in Fremont. Currently serving on the Lifehouse board, also serving as vice president of the board. Just wanted to give kind of I can't add a whole lot to what Tara said. She kind of gave you the complete picture, but I just think there's been a lot of misconceptions with what the project is, and it is a housing project. It is a housing project for low-income individuals, and I think that the city of Fremont has done studies that prove that there is a lack of low-income housing or affordable housing within the city of Fremont, and so we just found an opportunity that parallels our mission and allows us to provide housing that's affordable to lower-income families in the community. We do, and to answer Mr. Wiseman's question about case management, he is correct. We cannot require that of any of the tenants. It is offered. It is available. We will work our hardest to get the tenants to work with us on case management. Our desire is not to have them move into the project and stay there. Our desire is to work with them to to determine what the underlying issues are that cause them to be in a poverty situation or a low-income situation, and help them work through those issues to build themselves up, to become more self-sufficient and more self-reliant, and hopefully be able to move into independent living, either in another rental unit or hopefully at some point in time to be able to buy their own home. That is strictly our desire. I mean, and as far as I just wanted to address also the notices that were sent out about the question on getting the conditional use permit. You know, your own city attorney says that the notices met all of the requirements. We went above and beyond that and scheduled an open house for 2 hours where we were there and met with several individuals from the community and answered any questions that they had. We were very open, very honest about what the project was, who would be occupying it. There's nothing hidden. There's no hidden agenda. It's just simply we want to help people to get into better living conditions and help them to move up and beyond from the situation that they're currently in. So just thank you for your time.
Any other public comment?
My name is Jessica Tim. My address is 740 West 7th Street in North Bend. I wrote something up. I'm very passionate about this whole housing project and what I do in general, so I'm going to just stick to what I wrote so I don't say something I regret. So I'm the Director of Housing and Case Management at CareCore's Lifehouse. I've been employed with the agency for 5 years this month and have seen the positive impact our program has made on this community since I began employment. As the Director, I manage the grants and services that are provided for these programs. Currently, if you don't already know, we have 5 housing programs that are already operating in Fremont, approximately 40 households that we work with landlords through scattered site housing all throughout Fremont. After landlords see what our programs can do, many are calling us when they have new available units, since they have witnessed directly the impact of our services that they have on families. One reason you might not already know that our programs have been operating throughout Fremont for over 10 years is because there is no face to those that are on our programs. The mom of 3 that leaves an abusive relationship, the family that appears on the outside to have their lives in order, but mom suffers from childhood trauma that she's not been able to move past, the family where both mom and dad work 40 hours a week but are unable to make ends meet due to the minimum wage and living wage gap. We have not had any issues or concerns with any of our properties in the past. Another reason why you might not know that our programs have been operating all throughout Fremont. It's in every neighborhood in Fremont, throughout in the city limits, not Ritz Lake and some of those other areas, but all ends of Fremont, we have our housing program. Poverty is here in Fremont. Just look at the high percentages of children who qualify for the free or reduced lunch programs in schools. We work to address those low-income families. They're already in our community, so we're not bringing extra people in. These people are already here, and we're offering them a hand up and not a handout. Most of the people that are on our program, just our last month's reports for our permanent housing program for the last operating year, we had 100% successful positive exit destinations or going off the program, 100% success. These people want to, everyone, I mean, all of us want to do good. And so if they're offered this, yes, we're saying that it's not required, but if somebody is going to offer to spend some time with me and help me address some issues that I haven't been able to deal with on my own, I'm going to take that. Our case managers are amazing. Our team is just amazing. These skills become lifelong assets for families to emerge from poverty and thrive in the community. Many clients have been through our programs. They give back regularly in the community now and have a passion to help others because of the opportunities they were provided with. Our housing program that is underway, so the one we're discussing tonight, will be exactly the same and will be for families with an income range of 0 to 30% area median income, and will provide all the same services that our other housing programs already do here in Fremont. Curriculum such as our Strengthening Families classes, Nebraska Rentwise program, our Workforce Development program, Money Matters, it's so late, I'm usually sleeping, and SMART Goals programs, just to name a few. These housing households will consist of families with kiddos under the age of 18, and most likely many will attend the school nearby if they don't already. If somebody lives in a nearby rental that they can't afford, and they're constantly coming to us for hygiene items and food boxes at the pantry, and they can get into that housing that's right there, and then be able to pay their rent and not utilize those services and be right next to the school, that's what we want them to do. Having stable housing only helps these families be able to focus on strengthening skills in other areas instead of having to worry about their basic needs being met.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Yep, sure. I'm almost done. I work in this field to see these successes, such as the families who purchases their own home after the program. We've had that. Or the teen that graduates high school and goes on to be the first one in their family to attend college. We've seen that. These are just a few examples. Our housing programs are needed and will continue to be a need. And I'm just grateful and blessed to be a part of real change and bettering lives in the community. So that's
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Paul Marsh, 2449 East 16th, Fremont. There seems to be a lot of confusion in the room this evening. On your side, back here, why are we here? What are we accomplishing? What are we doing? All I'm here to say is, with 30 plus years in the elected arena and a junkie since you started streaming your meetings, it's great entertainment, folks. Anyway, but I tell you, because of that, you wouldn't be here tonight with this issue if on the 12th of November, when there was a motion on the floor offered to table it to the next meeting because you had the 5507 ordinance still in jeopardy that affected this application, along with the fact there was, at that same meeting, there were some of you that were a little bit surprised in the use of these 12plexes. So consequently, the representative from Lighthouse got up to speak when there was the offer to table it to the next meeting. The mayor said no, but she continued anyway. After she continued, my 30 plus years in the elected arena tells me that had she not intervened at that point, that would have got tabled because you had issues before you that weren't resolved, irregardless of who lives there and all those issues. Now, another thing, because, you know, over the years you learn a few things. It appears that the Deerfield development was tied to this in the changes to 5507. Totally incorrect, folks. I was project manager that finished the Deerfield project. In about 1992, the Deerfield site was cited as a planned unit development with 200 units, 8 buildings with 25 units a building. Presently, you have 122 units there, with the application for 44 is 166. They're below what you have on the books that site was positioned for in 1992. Not the same. This whole thing with 5507 and the 300-foot margin, folks, totally ridiculous. Doesn't affect Deerfield at all. It's a smoke and mirrors issue to try to tie that to this. It does not affect it. Now, on the other hand, I also happen to be a member of the Presbyterian Church. Now, I can clarify a few things that have happened there, too. When the vote went to the congregation, it was to sell all but about 20 to 28 feet of that lot. for the church to retain the north portion of the grass. It was sold to the church congregation as being for 3 triplexes. Obviously, they would have run east-west on that site. They could not have been facing the street. Now, on that same 12th meeting, the individual with the developer at that time indicated they were still looking for another lot for the 5th triplex. I'm here to tell you there was an issue there because they couldn't, we're all sitting here saying we don't want to discriminate. None of us want to be accused of that. But the reality is, why couldn't they find another lot? And that's why they went to the church and got the church to sell additional space, all the grass area, so that they could get 4 units on there. Now, the whole thing with the church being part of their mission, folks, up until a little over a year ago, I was the finance stewardship chair at the church. They needed the money to pay off indebtedness on the recent construction at the church that went over budget, which often happens. So it was more about the money rather than it was about anything else. My time is up. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Pat? Any comments from council? It's not a public hearing, it's just comments.
Have you closed the public hearing?
It's not a public hearing, it was just public comment.
Okay. Council, based on what I heard from the applicant, and particularly the threat of imminent litigation, I would highly recommend that for the protection of the public interest and due to the threat of imminent litigation by the applicant, that we go into closed session, and I'd request that somebody make a motion to that effect.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I was going to make a last comment. May I make a comment before we have that?
I would suggest council doesn't make any further comments until we go into closed session.
I could take that advice.
Councilmember Coons?
What is it exactly that you're suggesting?
It'd be you can just say what I said, and then the motion would be for the protection of the public
It's coming.
interest.
He's got it.
And due to the threat of imminent litigation by the applicant, you move to go into
Executive session.
Closed session.
I move going into executive session for the purpose of strategy session with respect to threatened or potential litigation and for the further interest that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest.
Good enough.
Is there a second? Councilmember McLean? A motion has been made and seconded to go into executive session for the purpose of a strategy session with respect to real estate purchase and for the further reason that the executive session, let's say, respect to potential litigation and for the further reason that executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Any discussion? The pending motion is to go into executive session for the purpose of a strategy session with respect to potential litigation and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Cast your votes.
McLean? Yes. Ellis? Yes. Kuhns? Yes. Bechtel? Yes. Yeager? Yes. Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? Yes. Lakeman?
Yes.
Council shows 8-0.
Motion to go into executive session for the purpose of a strategy session with respect to the potential litigation and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest has been approved. Discussion will be limited to strategy session with respect to potential litigation. No official actions or votes will be taken during this executive session. We'll convene in the conference room I would like our planning director in that room as well, along with staff.
How do you measure that? No, there isn't. That's ridiculous. No. That's basically what he's saying. We want the ones that are compatible. How do you determine them? And that apartment complex right next to it. I mean,
Is it structural components is right here? Yeah, I'll look at both of those. I want to sit by the officer.
Time is 11:29. I'll take a motion to come out of closed session. Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to come out of executive session.
Councilman Coons?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Lakeman?
Yes.
Jacobus? Not back. Jensen?
Yes.
Yerger?
Yes.
Bechtel? Coons?
Yes.
Did again. Ellis? McLean? So what do we do for Jacobus?
What is it going to be?
The motion carries 7-0.
We'll wait for her to come back. November 12th. Yeah.
How to vote to reconvene? Yes. Yes, okay. Shows 8-0, Mayor.
December 12th? Or December 10th? We're trying to figure out the verbiage so we say it right.
Jennifer, when was it? What's the timeline? When was it voted on? Which meeting? Do you remember?
November 12th?
November 12th?
12? Huh?
November 12th, do you want the original resolution?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Do we have comment?
I think we're just gonna move forward. You can make the motion.
Thank you.
I would take a motion of resolution 2019-229 of the City Council, City of Fremont, approving a conditional use permit for 4 triplex dwelling units on property generally located at Linden and K Street.
Hey, Mayor, I think that is already on the table. It's just a matter of calling the vote. There's already been a motion and second November 12th. Then we made a motion to reconsider, and now we're reconsidering. So we just need to make a vote on that deal. If you want to make a motion, that's fine, but do we know who made the motion originally?
Be back in the minutes.
We really don't.
Okay. Well, it's not going to hurt, so.
Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2019-229.
Councilman Legman?
I'll second it.
Cast your votes.
Bechtel?
Yep.
Coons?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
McLean? Yes. Yeager?
No.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? And Lakeman.
Yes.
Okay. Vote shows 7-1.
Item 27.
I have, I'm up.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn. It's been a long night. I know some of us have to get up and go to work in the morning. I have to get up in a few hours to go to work, so I make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Councilman Coons? Cast your votes.
All right. McLean? Yes. Ellis? No. Coons?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yep.
Yeager?
No.
Jensen?
Yes.
Jacobus? No. Lakeman?
Yes.
6-2.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you for all coming. Probably were.
I know.
And our city planners, so they know how to be a